Chapter 3286. Black Domain, Starry Sky Mountain Villa. After returning from the Samsara Sword Realm, Fang Chen's strength had reached an extremely high level. During this time, he had been drinking soul-refining wine every day and consolidating his cultivation. Deng deng deng. After hearing the sound of footsteps, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and opened his eyes to see Lu Xingxing. "Big brother Lu," Fang Chen said. The latter chuckled, "Brother Fang, look who I've brought." As Lu Xingxing's voice fell, a figure slowly walked out from behind him. This person was surrounded by starlight and star runes flickered like the vast stars in the sky. Fang Chen jumped to his feet, his eyes widening as he said in pleasant surprise, "Old brother Deadstar, why are you here?" The person who had come was Deadstar Realm Master. To be exact, he was no longer called a Realm Master but a Realm King. Deadstar Realm Master, no, I should call him Deadstar Realm King now. Lu Xingxing said, "He learned of your return and specially came to see you." Lu Xingxing greeted the two and sat in the pavilion. He took out his treasured wine and poured it for the two. "Ha ha ha, everyone says that no one can compare to you, Lu Xingxing, in terms of wine. Even a quasi-emperor powerhouse can't refine such fine wine. Now it seems that you really live up to your reputation." Deadstar Realm King finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and said with a smile, "Brother Fang, you really make people anxious. You disappeared for 100 years. Putting down the wine cup, Deadstar Realm King looked at Fang Chen and said somewhat helplessly. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. The situation was urgent at the time and he didn't have time to inform Lu Xingxing, so he made everyone worry. "I've made old brother Deadstar worry." Absolute Star Realm King waved his hand. All right, you don't need to say anything. As long as you can return safely, everything will be fine." It turned out that Star End Realm King and Lu Xingxing had known each other for a long time. 100 years ago, he had learned from the upper echelons of the human race that the Black Domain had discovered traces of the corpse demon. Thus, he had personally come here to help the forces of the Black Domain destroy the corpse demon in one fell swoop. However, in the middle of the journey, some personal matters delayed the time. When he arrived at the Black Domain, he saw the ruins of demonic Peng City and the Dream God School disciples cheering in victory. He talked to Lu Xingxing and found out that his good brother, Fang Chen, had come to the Black Domain and mysteriously disappeared during the final battle. At first, Starless Realm King was also very worried, but after careful analysis, he felt that Fang Chen was most likely hiding in the dark and absorbing the Emperor blood. As expected, he had guessed correctly. Ha ha ha, he can even absorb the Emperor blood. Brother Fang is not simple. Starless Realm King sighed. Back then, when his clone was in Starless Realm, he had seen Fang Chen's potential and thus called Fang Chen brother. Now, only so many years had passed and his good brother had already grown to such a level. "Big brother Starless, do you know much about Jiyu Tianhua?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. Jiyu Tianhua? That peerless prodigy of the Jiyu family who is said to be the most likely person to break through to the ruler realm in the Age of Chaos? Starless Realm King asked. "Why are you suddenly talking about him?" "Not long ago, I fought with him." Fang Chen recounted the process of his fight with Jiyu Tianhua in detail. After hearing this, Lu Xingxing and Starless Realm King were somewhat surprised. It seems that the rumors are true. Jiyu Tianhua has accumulated enough strength and can step into the domain evolution realm at any time. Starless Realm King sighed. Soon, the Jiyu family would have another domain master level combatant. Oh! Fang Chen looked at Lu Xingxing with some confusion. Actually, with Jiyu Tianhua's potential, he could have stepped into the domain evolution realm long ago. However, he is not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he is accumulating strength and comprehending the supreme laws, Starless Realm King said. If he can comprehend a portion of the supreme laws, once he steps into the domain evolution realm, his battle strength will directly soar to the domain master level. It is extremely terrifying. In the ancient era, many monstrous prodigies would choose this method. First step domain master? A flame ignited in Fang Chen's heart. When he had broken through to the domain master level in one step, he had become a transcendental. He was very clear about this. However, It was too difficult to become a first-step domain master. As expected of Gu Tianhua. He actually has such courage. Fang Chen shook his head and grinned. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have such courage. Only the legendary prodigy, Gu Tianhua, could do so. Although Gu Tianhua is monstrous, I think that you, Brother Fang, are even more monstrous. Perhaps, when you step into the domain evolution realm, even domain masters will not be your match, Starless Realm King said with a smile. It seemed like a joke, but in fact, it showed that Starless Realm King thought highly of Fang Chen. That's right. Brother Fang's potential is unrivaled since ancient times. Even Gu Tianhua was far inferior to you at your age, Lu Xingxing echoed. Alright, let's not talk about Gu Tianhua for now. I came to find you this time for some important matters. After chatting for a while, Starless Realm King changed the topic, his expression gradually becoming serious. You have destroyed many of the Corpse Demon's plans and destroyed many of the Corpse Demon's strongholds. Now, you have become a thorn in the eyes of the Corpse Demon's upper echelons. Because your growth is too fast, the Corpse Demon has hardened its heart and wants to kill you. With human upper echelons present, the Corpse Demon's upper echelons probably won't dare to act recklessly, right? Fang Chen said, unless a domain master level powerhouse comes to kill me, I have nothing to fear. Once a domain master level powerhouse took action, the upper echelons of the human race would definitely sense it. For the Corpse Demon, it would be a disaster. Starless Realm King shook his head. If it was before, you wouldn't have to worry, but it is different now. We have received news that a quasi-emperor of the Corpse Demon has awakened. He is planning to revive the strongest of the Corpse Demon who died in the Battle of Godfall. If he learns that your potential is so great, he will definitely kill you at all costs. Being targeted by a quasi-emperor powerhouse would be troublesome. Starless Realm King was also worried about this, which was why he had personally come to the Black Domain to inform Fang Chen. Quasi-emperor? Fang Chen's eyes widened, his heart fluctuating greatly. The higher one's cultivation was, the more one came into contact with the secrets of the ancient chaos, and the more one knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor powerhouse was. The reason he was able to grow to this day was inseparable from the quasi-emperor powerhouse. The Samsara Sword Emperor's Samsara Sword Shuttle and Samsara Sword Way, the Cave Ruins Emperor's Immortal Cave Mountain, and the Bloodline Monarch's Bloodline Power. These were all quasi-emperors. And now, the Corpse Demon's quasi-emperor had actually awakened. Fang Chen's expression changed, his mind quickly thinking. If the quasi-emperor attacks Brother Fang, what should we do? Lu Xingxing was also a little anxious. In fact, the situation is not as bad as you think. The Corpse Demon Quasi-Emperor has just awakened, so he will first consolidate his strength and will not be in a hurry to act. Moreover, the upper echelons of the human race are also closely observing the ancient chaos. If the Corpse Demon Quasi-Emperor appears, he will definitely be discovered. End Star Realm King said, it's just that everything has its variability. The means of a quasi-emperor powerhouse are not something we can imagine, so we must not let down our guard. In the Age of Chaos, a quasi-emperor was already considered the peak battle strength of the ancient chaos. Even a domain lord powerhouse had no power to fight back in the face of a quasi-emperor, let alone a realm king. What you need to do now is to leave the Black Domain as soon as possible. End Star Realm King said, otherwise, the Corpse Demon will definitely make plans against you. Fang Chen nodded. He could leave at any time. By the way, you can go to the Light Domain. The Samsara Sword Emperor once cultivated there and left a Samsara Sword Palace. With the Samsara Sword Shuttle, you should be able to find it. End Star Realm King said, when you step into the Boundary Evolution Realm, I will take you to the headquarters of the human race to receive the talent baptism. Thank you, Brother End Star. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. He was very grateful. End Star Realm King was not only worried about his safety, but he had even helped him think of a future path. That's right, Fang Chen hesitated for a moment before he said, my wife, Xingyue, once went missing in the Primeval Chaos. I've always been searching for her, but I've been unable to find any news. I wonder if Brother Zhu Xing can help me find out about her. No problem. Give me your wife's portrait. Fang Chen gave the portrait of Star and Moon to End Star Realm King. The latter said, "Don't worry, we have many disciples of the human race. We will definitely find your wife. What you need to do is to raise your cultivation as soon as possible and step into the boundary evolution realm. With your potential, when you step into the boundary evolution realm, your battle strength will definitely be comparable to a domain lord. At that time, your status in the human race will greatly increase. You can even ask a human quasi-emperor to help you find your wife." Chapter 3287. Blood Realm, Scarlet Mountain Range, in front of Bloodline Temple. The arena battle was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the air had frozen to the extreme. On the arena, thunderous booms rang out incessantly. The Monster King's combat strength had surpassed the imaginations of the several World Kings. In particular, in the previous battle against the Black Armor World King, the Monster King had defeated him with lightning speed. Bang! In the Monster King's hand, the red glass sword drew a strange trajectory. The void instantly collapsed as the red sword light carried with it an invincible sword energy, piercing through the World King's defenses. Bang! The Monster King's attack was too strong. The World King was unable to resist and was instantly sent flying away. Deng deng deng! After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, the World King felt his blood tumble within his body. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up, his pitch-black eyes staring at Fang Chen. There was a faint trace of dread in his heart. A moment later, he took several steps back, giving up on the arena battle. Bang! On the arena, the Monster King stood there, his robes fluttering in the wind. The red glass sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Vast and mighty sword energy soared into the skies, shocking him. After defeating 5 World Kings in a row, besides World King Rongjue, all the other World Kings of the Blood Realm had been defeated by the Monster King. At this moment, even World King Rongjue's eyes became dignified as he looked at the Monster King. Originally, he thought that no matter how strong the Monster King's attack was, it would at most be comparable to an ordinary World King. But now, his thoughts had greatly changed. If an avatar can erupt with such a formidable combat strength, then what about his true self? Thinking of this, World King Rongjue's heart was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and arrived on the arena stage. Whoosh! World King Rongjue didn't even give the Monster King a chance. He directly attacked. He spread out his palms and countless dazzling beams of light shot out, submerging Fang Chen. Die! Realm King Rongjue shouted in a low voice. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared behind the Monster King. He wanted to kill the Monster King in one go. Invincible Sword Technique. The Monster King used the 9th move of the Invincible Sword Art, the Immortal Sword. The red glass sword left his hand and drew a perfect arc in the void, blocking World King Rongjue's attack. Whoosh! At the same time, the Demon King's body suddenly disappeared from the arena. Fang Chen rapidly flew through the void. World King Rongjue floated in the air, vigilantly looking all around. How is this possible? Tempestuous waves surged in his heart. He didn't dare believe that his soul core was actually unable to discover the latter's tracks. Poochie! As World King Rongjue was pondering, a resplendent sword light cut through the sky, stabbing towards his back. Bang! World King Rongjue reacted in time and blocked the sword light's attack. At the same time, he counterattacked at the Monster King. Just like that, the battle between the two of them continued. In a head-on clash, this fellow definitely isn't World King Rongjue's match. His speed is too fast and unpredictable. Even World King Rongjue can't catch his tracks. It'll be difficult to defeat him. Yeah, he also knows that his attack power isn't as good as World King Rongjue's, so he's using this method to stall for time. The several World Kings that were defeated by the Monster King stood in the void not far away, watching the battle on the arena and discussing with each other. The more they watched the battle, the more shocked they were. One had to know that the person fighting with World King Rongjue was only an avatar. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the World Lord realm. It was too unbelievable. Even Jiyu Tianhua isn't as strong as him, right? The several World Kings looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Hoo. On the arena, The Monster King constantly used the rock movement technique to shuttle through the void and dodge World King Rongjue's attacks. And he would occasionally use his invincible sword technique to sneak attack World King Rongjue. The latter had already touched the threshold of the World Evolution Realm and his attack power was very strong. Unless his main body was here, it was impossible to defeat him. The Monster King also realized this point, so he used the rock movement technique to find an opportunity. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two had lasted for an hour. At a certain moment, the Monster King's sneak attack failed and he was forced back by World King Rongjue. At this moment, the blood-red patterns on the Bloodline Temple suddenly floated in the air and gathered into a red fist. In an instant, it rushed in front of Realm King Rongjue. Bang bang bang! Seeing this, World King Rongjue's expression changed. He didn't dare to be careless and used his full strength to block. His body was also forced back. World King Rongjue, who had stabilized his body, raised his eyebrows and looked at the phantom above the Bloodline Temple with some displeasure. What is the meaning of this? World King Rongjue asked in a deep voice. The phantom stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. A peak World King spent an hour dealing with a World Lord realm martial artist and still couldn't defeat him. You still have the face to ask me why. Alright, I've already given you a chance but you didn't cherish it. From now on, you are not allowed to approach the palace without permission. Quickly leave. The phantom said coldly. World King Rongjue was unwilling and angry. However, the other World Kings didn't dare to stay and left one after another. In the blink of an eye, only World King Rongjue remained in front of the Bloodline Temple. Bang! The phantom waved his hand and the blood-red runes on the Bloodline Temple rapidly gathered and rushed towards World King Rongjue. Hoo. Facing this powerful attack, World King Rongjue was forced back once more. You won't be so lucky next time. The phantom said coldly. World King Rongjue's eyes flashed and he finally gave up. Humph, just wait and see. He glared at the Monster King and left the Scarlet Mountain range. You really give me a pleasant surprise. The phantom looked at Fang Chen and his expression instantly eased. He smiled and said, if Master knew that his only candidate had such great potential, he would be very excited. Alright, follow me into the Bloodline Temple and accept the inheritance. The phantom led the Monster King into the Bloodline Temple. The Scarlet Mountain range gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, an undercurrent was quietly approaching. Blood Region, Scarlet Fortress. Bang! World King Rongjue was very angry. He smashed the stone table beside him with a punch and countless fragments fell to the ground. World King, don't be angry. Beside him, the housekeeper whispered, in the entire Blood Region, who dares to disobey you? If you step into the World Evolution Realm, you will definitely become the new Realm Master of the Blood Region. World King Rongjue's eyes flashed with cold killing intent and his heart gradually calmed down. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the void. World King Rongjue's eyes were sharp as he looked forward. Rip! The void was sealed and a black shadow appeared like a ghost. You're courting death. Seeing this, World King Rongjue punched out and the void shook. The black shadow instantly faded and turned into a black mist. It dodged World King Rongjue's attack and condensed into a human form beside him. World King Rongjue, is this how you treat your guests? The black shadow spoke first. If you're a guest, I will naturally treat you with respect. World King Rongjue stopped attacking and said coldly. But if you're an enemy, I, Rongjue, will receive you with my strongest attack. His words were filled with threat. World King Rongjue, let me introduce myself. I'm Heimo, you can call me World King Heimo. I'm here to cooperate with you. Heimo's eyes flickered with a trembling aura. Mph, who do you think you are to be qualified to cooperate with me? World King Rongjue sneered. As the strongest person in the Blood Region, not just anyone was qualified to cooperate with him. Moreover, he was currently in a fit of anger. The inheritance in the Scarlet Mountain range had been snatched by a World Lord and he couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on. Heimo didn't speak but used his actions to show if he was qualified. With a thought, complex runes appeared around his body. A terrifying aura, with him as the core, formed a crazy spatial storm. The storm constantly emitted a frightening power, as if it was going to devour the entire void. Seeing this, Rongjuer Realm King's expression finally became serious. He knew better than anyone that Heimo's methods could only be used by experts infinitely close to the world evolution realm. In that case, Heimo was a world king on the same level as him and might even be stronger than him. I can tell you without any exaggeration that there's a power behind me that you can't imagine. I'm here to represent the power behind me to cooperate with you. Who are you? World King Rongjuer asked in a deep voice. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to know the other party's identity and the power behind him. Corpse Demon. Heimo didn't hide and directly revealed his true identity. What? Corpse Demon? World King Rongjuer exclaimed, then his expression changed greatly. Mph, you dare to appear in the territory of my human race? Aren't you afraid of being destroyed by my human race? Although he shouted, World King Rongjuer didn't attack. Because he knew that even if he attacked, he wouldn't be able to keep Heimo. I'll tell you the truth. The blood region is inextricably linked to my race. Now that the quasi-emperor of my race has awakened, the first task is for me to fully occupy the blood region. If you know what's good for you, cooperate with my race. Otherwise. The matter had been made clear. Heimo's words carried a trace of threat. World King Rongjuer's heart trembled. The corpse demon quasi-emperor wanted to occupy the blood region. A trace of fear actually appeared in his heart. But soon, he calmed down. The upper echelons of the human race had been searching for traces of the corpse demon. If the quasi-emperor dared to appear, the human race would know immediately. Don't use the quasi-emperor to scare me. As a disciple of the human race, it's impossible for me to cooperate with the corpse demon, unless, World King Rongjuer's mind flashed and thought of a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Unless what? Chapter 3288. After some discussion, the deal between Realm King Rongjuer and the Black Demon Realm King was finally over. As the Realm King of the human race, Realm King Rongjuer was naturally unwilling to collude with the corpse demon. This was equivalent to betraying the human race, and the consequences were unimaginable. However, he also did not want to cause a large-scale attack by the corpse demon and cause the people of the blood domain to be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, he came up with such a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. With the help of the corpse demon, he would eliminate the Monster King. After obtaining the inheritance, he would immediately report to the higher-ups of the human race that he had found traces of the corpse demon. The human race experts would strike like lightning, and the black demon would not have time to expose himself. At that time, the higher-ups of the human race might even reward him. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Realm King Rongjuer's face. When the Black Demon Realm King went to the Scarlet Mountain Range to deal with the Monster King, his original body in the Black Domain, with the help of the Death Star Realm King and Lu Xingxing, finally arrived at the Light Domain. On the wasteland, there were countless weeds. Fang Chen stood in the wasteland and looked up. In the blue sky, there were some clouds floating. In the void, starlight flickered, and it was particularly dazzling. Is this the Light Domain? Fang Chen murmured. His destination was naturally the Samsara Sword Palace left behind by the Samsara Sword Emperor after a long journey to the Light region. Fang Chen took out the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle and activated it. Buzz. The Reincarnation Sword Shuttle trembled slightly in Fang Chen's palm. A moment later, Fang Chen put away the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle. It's too far away, so it's hard to sense. He glanced ahead, ready to find a place with people to ask. At this moment, the sound of a chase and a fight suddenly entered his ears. He released his Emperor Realm primordial spirit and soon found that not far from him, there were two men covered in blood, desperately fleeing. Behind them, there were some ferocious people chasing after them. Brother, my injuries are too serious, I can't escape. Go quickly, as long as one of us survives, we will have a chance to take revenge. The blue-clothed man stood on the mountain peak, panting heavily. Looking at the approaching enemy, a trace of despair appeared in his heart. He gritted his teeth and made a crazy move. Bang! He forced his younger brother back with a palm strike and charged towards the enemy at the same time. Big brother! When the white-robed man saw this, he cried out miserably, "I will definitely avenge you." With that, the white-robed man disappeared into the void. However, the blue-clothed man was unable to block his opponent's attack. Crack! In just one exchange, the blue-clothed man was killed. "You want to leave?" One of them took out a mirror from his bosom and cut his finger. A drop of blood dripped onto the mirror. In an instant, the mirror released a powerful light that illuminated the entire void. The figure of the white-robed man who had fled earlier appeared in the mirror. Chase! Their figures flickered as they chased after him. Not long after, the white-robed man was caught up. "Hand over the broken sword, and I can leave your corpse intact," the man holding the mirror said coldly. His body was emitting a powerful aura. He was obviously a sector lord. "The two of us have roamed the underworld for countless years. I didn't expect to fall into your hands in the end," the white-robed man said eerily. "Even if I die, I won't let you get the broken sword." The white-robed man gritted his teeth and took out a broken sword. He gripped it tightly and charged towards them. "Since you want to die, then don't blame us for being impolite." Before the white-robed man could destroy the broken sword, they attacked and sent his body flying. Bang! The white-robed man's body crashed onto the ground and he was on the verge of death. The red-clothed old man played with the broken sword. "I finally got it." He licked his dry lips and said excitedly, "Why are you snatching something that doesn't belong to you?" Suddenly, a voice came from the void. "Who is it?" The red-clothed old man kept the broken sword and looked around vigilantly. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen stepped on the air and walked towards the white-robed man. He waved his hand and a scorching energy entered the white-robed man's body to prolong his life. The white-robed man raised his head with difficulty and looked at Fang Chen gratefully. "Temph, where did this brat come from? How dare you interfere in my business?" the red-clothed old man scolded. His powerful aura forced Fang Chen. "The broken sword belongs to this little brother. Return it to its rightful owner," Fang Chen said indifferently. "You're courting death." They were enraged and attacked directly. Dong dong dong. However, when their attacks landed on Fang Chen's body, a storm rose in their hearts. The latter's Emperor Realm defense easily blocked their attacks and sent them flying. "Realm! Realm King!" The red-clothed old man's eyes widened as he shouted, "Let's go." When he realized that Fang Chen was the Realm King, he thought of something and fled. "Hua la!" Fang Chen reached out with his large hand and pulled him back from the void. Bang! Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground. They were shocked to find that their bodies seemed to have been imprisoned, and they could not move at all. "Lord, please spare my life." The red-clothed old man begged for mercy. Swoosh! The broken sword left the red-clothed old man's body and fell into Fang Chen's palm. "I told you that the broken sword belongs to this little brother. I told you to return it to its rightful owner, but you didn't listen." Fang Chen shook his head and killed the red-clothed old man with a palm. "The power in your body is so evil. You must have killed many innocent martial artists. You should die." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he sent out a few palm strikes and killed the other cultivators as well. This sudden turn of events shocked the white-clothed man. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Too strong, too strong. He's even stronger than Master." The white-robed man sighed in his heart. "How are you?" Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the white-robed man as if nothing had happened. He asked, "Do you feel better?" "Much better. Thank you for your help, Senior." Fang Chen's power had just poured into the white-robed man's body, making his injuries much better. He slowly got up and bowed to Fang Chen to thank him. "Where did this broken sword come from?" Fang Chen asked. The white-robed man looked at Fang Chen and hesitated. He was wondering if the person in front of him had come for the broken sword. He forcefully shook his head and said, "Elder, this broken sword was left behind by my master. The other party was a realm king. If he wanted to kill him and take the broken sword, it would be easy. He had no power to resist." "Your master?" Fang Chen frowned and stared at the broken sword. He sensed a trace of reincarnation sword chi in the broken sword. Otherwise, he would not have saved the white-robed man. Because of this broken sword, My master was ambushed. The white-robed man fell into a painful memory. After a while, Fang Chen suddenly understood. The master of the white-robed man in front of him should have obtained part of the inheritance of the reincarnation sword principle by chance, and thus became related to the reincarnation sword emperor. In this broken sword, there was a sword chi star map, which recorded the detailed location of the reincarnation sword palace. It was also because of this that the master of the white-robed man, a realm king, was ambushed by the experts of the light domain and finally died. The two brothers tried their best to escape, but they still failed to escape the pursuit of their enemies. Fortunately, Fang Chen appeared in time and saved the white-robed man. Speaking of which, there is some history between us. Fang Chen said, I'll help you avenge your master. But I need this broken sword. After that, Fang Chen added, I came from the distant black domain for the secret hidden in the broken sword. If I can unravel the secret of the broken sword, I can take you with me. My life was given to me by Senior. This broken sword is better in Senior's hands than in the hands of the evil dragon realm king. The white-robed man agreed without even thinking. In his conversation with Fang Chen, he also felt the latter's righteousness. Compared to the evil dragon realm king, he was more willing to believe in Fang Chen. Okay, don't worry. After I get what I want, I will go find the evil dragon realm king and avenge your master. Fang Chen promised. The white-robed man's master had obtained part of the inheritance of the reincarnation sword emperor, and he had also obtained the inheritance of the reincarnation sword emperor. Strictly speaking, the two of them were apprentice brothers who had never met before. Moreover, he knew that the evil dragon realm king of the light domain was extremely cruel and often killed the innocent, causing complaints everywhere. Fang Chen hated such an evil existence. Thank you, Senior. The white-robed man cupped his fists in thanks. Light domain, on a towering mountain peak. The purple-robed star and moon was cultivating when she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Her heartbeat sped up, and her face was filled with excitement. Brother Chen, is that you? Just now, she felt Fang Chen's aura. That familiar aura was something she would never forget. She concluded that her husband had come to the light domain. Crash. She stood up and walked to the edge of the mountain peak. Master. The black-robed old man with a walking stick hurried over. Do you have any orders? He's here. Star and Moon said softly. Chem. The black-robed old man was stunned for a moment, then he realized. To be able to make Master so worried, who else could it be other than that person? I want to go find him, Star and Moon continued. The black-robed old man shook his head. Master, you can't. Chapter 3289. After a short conversation, Fang Chen learned from the man in white that the strongest person in the light region was a person called the Tianguang Region Lord. Under the Tianguang Region Lord, there were 3 boundary evolution realm experts. As for the evil dragon world king, he was one of the Black Sovereign's most capable subordinates. The reason he could do whatever he wanted in the light region and kill the innocent was because of the Black King's protection. Otherwise, with the heinous crimes he had committed, it was enough for the other 2 boundary evolution realm experts to deal with him personally. Region Lord. Fang Chen was a little stunned. He did not expect the light region to have a region lord. Among the 4 major regions of the immemorial chaos, the northern region was the largest and had the most resources. It was the core of the immemorial chaos and countless experts gathered there. In terms of regions, the black domain was much larger than the light region and had more resources for cultivation. The light region was a little far from the core of the immemorial chaos. However, there was a region lord here. To be called a region lord was enough to show one's fighting power in the boundary evolution realm. In the immemorial chaos, there were many boundary evolution realm experts, but there were very few who could become a region lord. Having the fighting power of a region lord did not mean that one could become a region lord. The Tianguang region lord. Fang Chen murmured as he memorized this information in his heart. Strictly speaking, the black domain used to have a region lord, but he disappeared mysteriously many years ago. Since then, he had never appeared again. As time passed, people gradually forgot about the region lord's existence. Now, the strongest expert was the master of the Dream God School. His strength was infinitely close to the region lord's level. He was considered one of the best in the boundary evolution realm. At the same time, Fang Chen also learned that the man in white was called by Q. His master was called the Sword Region Lord in the Light Region. Let's go. I will take you to the place recorded by the broken sword. Fang Chen put away the broken sword and said. Bai Q nodded. He was very grateful to Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. In the Blood Region, the clone demon king was inheriting the Bloodline King's inheritance, but the process was not smooth. The Bloodline Godly Palace was empty and quiet. There was a blood-red pool in the palace. The shadow stood in front of the blood-red pool and smiled at the demon king. This is the blood pool left behind by Master. It contains all the special blood that Master obtained over the countless years. They fused together to form the blood pool we see today. Pausing for a moment, the illusory figure continued, countless types of special blood fused together to form a powerful corrosive force. Even if a realm evolution expert were to recklessly enter the blood pool, the blood in his body would be instantly sucked dry. But don't worry, you're Master's only candidate. Since you've received Master's approval, you've naturally received the blood pool's approval as well. What you need to do now is enter the blood pool and absorb the energy left behind by the Master of the blood pool. The Monster King's twilight flickered as he stared at the blood pool. After you finish absorbing the strength of the blood pool, you will become a true Bloodline King descendant. At that time, your boundary will naturally reach the World King realm. On the other hand, your combat strength will reach an unprecedented height, and you might even be able to rival a region lord. The illusory figure said. He didn't doubt that once the Monster King stepped into the World King realm, he would be able to contend with a region lord. It had to be known that his master had once relied on his bloodline to resist a region lord with a world lord cultivation. This blood pool contained the Bloodline King's life's blood, sweat, and tears. If the Monster King were to completely absorb its strength, his strength would inevitably rise. Alright, activate the power of the bloodline in your body, and then you can enter the blood pool. The illusory figure said, remember, you must discard all distracting thoughts in your mind and focus on absorbing the energy. Otherwise, there is a high chance that you will fall into madness. Since ancient times, countless special blood had gathered here, forming a fierce collision. If one wasn't strong enough, the slightest bit of carelessness would cause them to fall into a hopeless situation. Although the Monster King had obtained the approval of the Bloodline King, he still couldn't be careless. The Monster King nodded. Special bloodlines revolved around his body as he approached the blood pool. Wang. Ripples appeared on the calm surface of the blood pool. As these ripples spread out, the Monster King could clearly feel a vast and mighty bloodline strength rushing towards him. How strong! The Monster King sighed. He quickly walked towards the blood pool. Boom! However, right at this moment, a deafening voice suddenly sounded. Then, the bloodline temple shook. Fang Chen and the illusory figure's faces suddenly changed. Damn it! Someone is attacking the bloodline temple. The illusory figure's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Splash! Above the blood pool, a smooth mirror appeared. On it, a scene appeared. It was the scene outside the bloodline temple. A black figure was crazily attacking the bloodline temple. The blood-red runes around the bloodline temple were ineffective against him. Corpse demon? The Monster King said coldly, he's really persistent. He actually followed me here. Damn corpse demon. How dare he attack the bloodline temple? He's courting death. The illusory figure said coldly, you stay here. I'll go and kill him. As his voice fell, the illusory figure flashed and disappeared from the bloodline temple. In just a moment, the illusory figure returned to the bloodline temple. Whoosh! His body was faintly discernible. His face was pale and he was severely injured. Senior. Seeing this, the Monster King hurried to the illusory figure's side. This guy has a broken rune weapon in his hand. The runes on the bloodline temple are ineffective against him. The illusory figure said in a deep voice, quickly enter the blood pool. The bloodline temple should be able to resist for some time. The illusory figure was very angry, but he had already fallen. He was just a thought and could not resist the attack of the Black Demon Realm King. That guy's strength is comparable to a realm evolution expert. I can only use the bloodline temple to entangle with him. The illusory figure said helplessly. Senior. Maybe, I have a way. The Monster King's expression changed as he pondered. The illusory figure shook his head. If your original body was here, there wouldn't be a big problem and you could easily force him to retreat. But now, you're just a doppelganger, and your cultivation is too weak. No matter how strong your combat strength is, you can't beat this person. Moreover, he has a broken rune weapon in his hand. It won't take long for him to break the Bloodline Temple. Although the Bloodline Temple is a powerful rune in the strict sense, the trajectory of those blood-red patterns is not too profound. It's very simple. If not for the support of the Bloodline King's power, an ordinary Realm King expert can break it. The Monster King said, the broken rune weapon is strong and can break the Bloodline Temple's runes. But, what if the rune is strong enough? What will he use to break it? The rune is strong enough. The illusory figure shook his head. In the Age of Chaos, rune masters are scarce. There are almost no Emperor Realm rune masters. As you said, although the runes around the Bloodline Temple are not too strong, the whole rune can be regarded as a half-step Emperor Realm rune. If you want to stop the Corpse Demon and the broken rune weapon, you have to have an Emperor Realm rune. Speaking of this, even the illusory figure shook his head. He did not believe that the Monster King was an Emperor Realm rune master. Senior, this junior has dabbled a little in the art of runes before. Although I dare not say that my attainment is strong, it's barely passable. This junior wants to give it a try. The Monster King was eager to try. Are you an Emperor Realm rune master? The illusory figure asked. The Monster King shook his head. No. That won't do. Even if you try, it'll be a waste of time. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity to absorb more of the blood pool's power. The illusory figure said. Senior, although this junior does not have full confidence, at least I have faced the Corpse Demon countless times and killed the Corpse Demon several times. I have a good understanding of their power. Sometimes, the art of runes is not only strong when one's level is high. Senior, have you heard of the saying that all things in the world reinforce and counteract each other? The illusory figure looked at the Monster King with some doubt. I have a rune that can restrain the power of the Corpse Demon. After the Monster King finished speaking, without waiting for the illusory figure to refute, his figure flashed and appeared outside the Bloodline Temple. The Corpse Demon is really haunting me. The Monster King said coldly. This temple belongs to me, the Corpse Demon. If you know what's good for you, get down here and die. The Black Demon said eerily. The Monster King shook his head and spread out his hands. At the same time, he took out a bright bead from his chest. Heavenly Talisman Bead. Seeing this, the Black Demon sneered. A mere Heavenly Talisman Bead wants to stop my rune weapon? Originally, the Heavenly Talisman Bead was with him. However, when he met his doppelganger, he gave the Heavenly Talisman Bead to his doppelganger. Now, with the Heavenly Talisman Bead in his hand, the Monster King exuded a strong rune aura. Buzz. Invincible sword chi shot up to the sky and turned into sword-shaped runes in the void. These runes kept flashing and circled around the Monster King's hands. At the same time, the Heavenly Talisman Bead in his hand quickly entered the sword chi rune. Dong. The sword chi rune and the blood-red rune collided and gradually merged, forming an even stronger rune power. Weak. The Black Demon sneered and waved the rune weapon in his hand. A bright light shot toward the Bloodline Temple. Catcher. A strong force hit the Bloodline Temple, causing the entire temple to shake. At the same time, the powerful runes that had merged showed signs of collapsing. You dare to embarrass yourself with such a rune skill? The Black Demon sneered. With the rune weapon in his hand, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the Bloodline Temple. It's time to end this. Any human who dares to go against me, the Corpse Demon, deserves to die. He raised his hand and the rune weapon pierced out again. However, at this moment, the Monster King smiled. Arrogant and stupid, the Monster King said. I guess these are the characteristics of the Corpse Demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the rune suddenly released a strong force. At the same time, The heavenly talisman bead rushed toward the black demon at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The void was suddenly filled with a strong purifying power. The corpse demon aura around the black demon was being corroded. Seeing this, the black demon's face changed. Break. Chapter 3290. Light Region. In a wasteland, two figures were flying rapidly. Their figures flashed, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. At the end of the wasteland, two sector lords were exchanging pointers on a mountain peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the battle between the two came to an abrupt end. They looked around suspiciously but didn't find anything. They looked at each other, their faces serious. "What did you find?" one of them asked in a low voice. The other shook his head. "I seem to feel someone pass by us, but why can't I feel anything?" No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out what was going on. Fang Chen and Bai Qiu were already far away from the mountain peak. So fast. Bai Qiu's heart was filled with shock as Fang Chen brought him through the void. Fang Chen's speed was too fast. Even his master wasn't a tenth of the former's speed. There's actually such speed in this world. Suddenly, a burning flame ignited in Bai Qiu's heart. He raised his head and seriously sized up the flying Fang Chen. The latter's clearly defined face seemed to be filled with vicissitudes and unswerving determination. He had promised himself that he would avenge his master and kill the evil Dragon World King. At first, Bai Qiu only had the determination to give it a try. After all, he couldn't defeat the evil Dragon World King. Why not let Fang Chen try? Maybe he could succeed. To be honest, at that time, although Bai Qiu knew that Fang Chen was very strong, he didn't think that he could defeat the evil Dragon World King. But now, he suddenly felt that his understanding of Fang Chen was too one-sided. Just with this super speed, it's enough to contend with the evil Dragon World King. Thinking of this, Bai Qiu was excited. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had already stepped into the Emperor realm and was very strong. After comprehending the reincarnation sword path, Fang Chen used the reincarnation sword chi to easily invade the broken sword and quickly obtained the sword chi star map. On the star map, there was a red dot. If Fang Chen guessed correctly, the red dot should be the location of the Samsara Sword Palace. The red dot is in the northwest direction of the light region. Fang Chen passed the sword aura star chart to Bai Qiu in the form of a spiritual imprint, letting him see where the red dot was. After reading it, Bai Qiu exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Bai Qiu was at a loss for words. His actually, in the fiend light region. As he spoke, Bai Qiu's expression was solemn. "Demonic light region? How far is it from here?" Fang Chen asked. Bai Qiu took a deep breath and said, "The demon light region isn't too far away from where we are now. With your speed, you'll be able to reach it in half a month's time." But, seeing Bai Qiu hemming and hawing, Fang Chen asked, "But what?" "The demonic light region is an extremely terrifying region within the light region." Terrifying? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Was the demonic light region a forbidden land for life? In fact, the demonic light region itself isn't terrifying. What's truly terrifying is the master of the demonic light region, the rogue cultivator known as the Light Demon. Bai Qiu said in a deep voice, "This Light Demon's realm is similar to the evil Dragon Realm King, but his evil means are much stronger than the evil Dragon Realm King's. Most importantly, his speed is unparalleled in the World King realm." Speed. Hearing this, Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a thought-provoking smile. The environment of the demonic light region is very special. The power of heaven and earth is very rich, and the magnetic field is very strong. In the demonic light region, the speed of the light demon can be increased by 30%. Even Lord Tianwang Zun doesn't want to provoke the light demon easily. Bai Qiu continued, "Of course, this light demon committed crimes and killed the innocent. He once massacred a city, which angered Tianwang Zun. In his anger, the latter severely injured him, and then he fled into the demonic light region. Lord Tianwang Zun chased him into the demonic light region alone, but in the end, he was unable to kill him. However, this also thoroughly intimidated the light demon. From then on, the latter didn't dare to step out of the demonic light region. After listening to Bai Qiu's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. This light demon's cultivation was at the World King realm, similar to the evil dragon realm king. His strength was probably at the limit of the World King realm. Hiding in the demonic light region? Fang Chen said coldly. Senior, that light demon. Before Bai Qiu could finish, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. No need to worry, I have my own ways. Demonic light region, in a majestic city. Lord Light Demon. A demon servant quickly came to the garden of the city lord's mansion and whispered. What about the matter I asked you to investigate? An old man in golden robes said in a low voice. His entire body emitted golden light, and his aura shook the heavens. It's already been investigated. The evil dragon realm king left the evil dragon realm a few days ago. Oh! The corners of Light Demon's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Tianwang Zun heavily injured me in the past, cutting off my cultivation path. Originally, I had the chance to reach the Domain Lord realm, but now, even stepping into the Domain Evolution realm is extremely difficult. All of this is thanks to Tianwang Zun. Now, it's time for revenge. I can't defeat Tianwang Zun, and as long as he discovers me leaving the demonic light region, my life will be in danger. However, even a Domain Evolution realm powerhouse can't pay attention to the entire demonic light region at all times. As long as I know the location of the evil dragon realm king, then with my speed, I can rush over as soon as possible and kill him. Killing the evil dragon realm king was something that Light Demon had planned for a long time. Alright, you may leave. Pay close attention to the evil dragon realm king's every move and report to me at any time. Light Demon waved his hand. The demon servant nodded and quickly left. Light Demon stood up, a burning light shooting out from his pitch-black eyes. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. After flying for half a month, Fang Chen and Bai Qiu finally arrived at the demonic light region. Whoosh! Standing on the ground and looking forward, the space distorted as rays of light flickered endlessly. Bai Qiu took a deep breath. He had always lived in the demonic light region, so he had naturally heard of Light Demon's reputation. If he was alone, he definitely wouldn't dare to step into the demonic light region. That's the demonic light region? Bai Qiu muttered. As he spoke, Fang Chen stepped forward and entered the demonic light region. Bai Qiu followed closely behind. Senior, we've already stepped into the demonic light region. We can't be careless. Wang. At this moment, Light Demon, who was far away in the City Lord's manor, suddenly felt the soul path aura in his mind vibrate. He discovered that someone had entered the demonic light region. Realm King? His expression changed drastically. Could it be that Tianwang Zun sent him? He snorted and waved his hand. A crack appeared in the void and he stepped into it. The next moment, Light Demon appeared in the sky above the wasteland. Rumble. The clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. A blinding light burst out from the crack in the void. Who are you to trespass into my demonic light region? A thunderous voice entered Fang Chen and Bai Qiu's ears. Light Demon. Fang Chen raised his head and muttered to himself as he looked at the blinding light in the sky. Bai Qiu was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. His heart was filled with fear. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in the demonic light region? The blinding light gradually gathered and formed a human figure. Light Demon looked down at Fang Chen and asked coldly. The demonic light region is so vast. There are many people you haven't seen before. What's so strange about that? Fang Chen said indifferently. "Mph, the demonic light region is my territory. You deserve to die for trespassing. However, since you don't know anything, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." If it was an ordinary martial artist, Light Demon would have already killed him. Fang Chen was a realm king, so he had to be careful. Light Demon, I came to the demonic light region to find something. After I find it, I will leave. Fang Chen looked up and said straightforwardly. Get lost. Light Demon scolded. He thought that Fang Chen was most likely a spy sent by Tianwang Zun to secretly destroy the demonic light region and make it impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he was filled with anger and directly attacked. Boom. Seeing Light Demon's powerful attack, Fang Chen punched out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The two of them both took a few steps back. You are courting death. Light Demon's eyes were sharp as he stared at Fang Chen. His speed soared to the extreme. I don't have time to play with you. Fang Chen pulled by Q and with a flash, they disappeared into the void and disappeared in an instant. Boom. Light Demon's attack missed. He stood on the ground angrily and looked around. You want to escape in my demonic light region? You're talking nonsense. Light Demon said coldly. Since Tianwang Zun wants you to find out the truth, then I will make sure you don't leave. With that, the Light Demon closed his eyes and spread out his hands. The vast Light Demon domain and countless streams of air rushed towards him. At the same time, his primordial spirit merged with the demonic light region. I am the ruler of the demonic light region. How can you escape? Light Demon said disdainfully. He soon found Fang Chen's trace and tore through the void to chase after him. You can't escape. Light Demon's voice echoed in the void. What a troublesome guy. Fang Chen shook his head and put by Q into Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he pushed the rock movement technique to the extreme. At the same time, he used the space-time Dao and a vast space-time aura enveloped his body. Buzz. The space-time aura disrupted the void. Light Demon was shocked to find that he couldn't track Fang Chen. How is this possible? Light Demon shook his head hard. My primordial spirit has merged with the demonic light region. I can find any trace of the demonic light region, but why can't I find him? Light Demon was sure that Fang Chen must still be in the demonic light region. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find Fang Chen. This made him very shocked. Could it be that this person's attainment in the space-time Dao has surpassed Tianwang Zun? Thinking of this, killing intent surged in Light Demon's eyes. Chapter 3291. Even though he was in the Light Fiend region and could be tracked down by the Light Fiend at any time, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. He brought by Q and sensed the location of the sword Qi star map in the broken sword. A meteor flashed across the blue sky and disappeared into a mountain in the blink of an eye. Clatter. Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the mountain range. He looked around and his powerful consciousness spread out. Soon, it permeated the entire mountain range. According to the sword Qi star map in the broken sword, the red dot is in this mountain. Fang Chen muttered and then took out the reincarnation sword shuttle. Buzz. As soon as the reincarnation sword shuttle appeared, there was a big change. Fang Chen held the reincarnation sword shuttle tightly and could clearly feel the vibration from the sword shuttle and the reincarnation sword Qi. Hiss. In the void, the reincarnation sword Qi released by the reincarnation sword shuttle formed a bright light, which quickly traveled through time and space and swept toward the depths of the mountain. Seeing this, Fang Chen showed a smile on his face. He immediately jumped up and followed the reincarnation sword Qi to the depths of the mountain. After a while, Fang Chen stood in front of a mountain stream. There were cliffs on both sides of the mountain stream. The waterfall flowed straight down with a strong impact. Under the waterfall, there was a stream, which flowed slowly. Around it, there were weeds and lush, and it was unusually quiet. Only the sound of the waterfall could be heard. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and stared ahead. Here, he felt that the aura in front of the mountain stream seemed to be a little different from other places. Buzz. Buzz. The reincarnation sword shuttle moved more and more. In the end, it broke free from Fang Chen's hand and suspended above the mountain stream in front of the waterfall, releasing a powerful reincarnation sword Qi. When the reincarnation sword Qi sprinkled on the ground, Fang Chen vaguely saw a palace standing in the void. Reincarnation Sword Palace. Fang Chen exclaimed and his eyes shone with golden light. With a thought, he released by Q from Dark Cave Mountain. When the latter saw Fang Chen, he hurriedly said, "Senior." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. This is the place that the sword Qi star atlas in the broken sword points to. Bai Q looked up and saw the reincarnation sword shuttle that was constantly releasing sword Qi, as well as the faintly discernible palace under the illumination of the reincarnation sword Qi. That is, Bai Q's heart trembled, but very quickly, His mind shook and he instantly came to his senses. Senior, now that we're in the Light Devil region, it'll be hard for us to escape the pursuit of the Light Devil. If he finds us here, we'll definitely die. Bai-Q was worried. After all, the Light Demon region was Light Demon's territory. He was the absolute king here and could easily sense what was happening in every corner of the Light Demon region. Fang Chen shook his head. His burning eyes stared at the faintly discernible palace. He said indifferently, "It's okay. Although the Light Demon is strong, he can't find us." Bai-Q still wanted to say something, but when he saw Fang Chen's determined eyes, he didn't say anything more. "Let's go in." Fang Chen was sure that the Reincarnation Sword Palace was here. Rip. Fang Chen clapped his hands gently. Suddenly, the mighty Reincarnation Sword Qi was released from his palms. In the sky, there was a vibration. Then, Fang Chen and Bai-Q's bodies disappeared. Bai-Q only felt that there was a flash in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in a strange place. Crash. The sword Qi around him dissipated. Fang Chen held the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle in his hand and slowly opened his eyes. However, when he saw where he was completely stunned. What's going on? Why did the Reincarnation Sword Palace become a ruin? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He was sure that this was the Reincarnation Sword Palace. But why was there a ruin in front of him? He was very confused and shocked. Who on earth destroyed the Reincarnation Sword Palace? Buzz. The Reincarnation Sword Shuttle in his palm suddenly flew out of his hand and suspended in the air. It released a large amount of Reincarnation Sword Qi again. Countless Reincarnation Sword Qi emerged from the ruins and drilled into the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle. Dong. Fang Chen's mind trembled. In an instant, the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle transmitted a large amount of information to him. He shook his head hard and then walked step by step to the ruins. All the buildings in the Reincarnation Sword Palace had turned into ruins. On the ruins, he could vaguely see the bones of those who had died tragically. With every step Fang Chen took, he felt that the atmosphere was very solemn. When he reached the top of the ruins, the Reincarnation Sword Qi released by the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle enveloped him. A picture appeared in his mind. In the picture, there was a war going on. A mysterious expert descended from the sky and destroyed the Reincarnation Sword Palace with a destructive force. He seemed to be looking for something, but in the end, he did not find it and left empty-handed. Too strong. Fang Chen withdrew his gaze and the picture in his mind disappeared instantly. His heart trembled and set off stormy waves. The expert who destroyed the Reincarnation Sword Palace was very powerful. If it was an emperor-to-be expert, he would definitely recognize the Reincarnation Sword Palace and would not destroy it easily. Then, I can be sure that the mysterious expert should be an expert at the Domain Lord level. Fang Chen muttered. He came to the light domain from the black domain to avoid the attack of the corpse demon. On the other hand, he came for the Reincarnation Sword Palace. He did not expect that the Reincarnation Sword Palace had already been destroyed. Senior. Bai-Q's voice pulled Fang Chen's thoughts back to reality. Is this the place you are looking for? Bai-Q asked. Fang Chen nodded. The latter was puzzled and asked, but why did it turn into ruins? Fang Chen shook his head gently. When he was about to speak, suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the ruins and disappeared into his forehead in a flash. The next moment, he felt the scorching sword Qi sweeping through his body. This is the Reincarnation Sword Principle? Fang Chen exclaimed. He had once cultivated in the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle and comprehended the Reincarnation Sword Principle. However, the Reincarnation Sword Principle hidden in the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle was not perfect. Quickly scanning the dense handwriting in his mind, Fang Chen's heart beat faster. This was the real Reincarnation Sword Principle, the essence of the Reincarnation Sword Palace. Phew. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. The thought just now was left by the device spirit of the Reincarnation Sword Palace before it collapsed. This thought recorded the complete Reincarnation Sword Principle and the person who destroyed the Reincarnation Sword Palace. Tianguang Domain Lord. Fang Chen's face was a little cold. He did not expect that the mysterious expert in the picture was the strongest expert in the light domain, the Tianguang Domain Lord. He cultivates the Tao of light and has no connection with the Tao of sword. Why did he destroy the reincarnation sword palace? What is he looking for? Fang Chen murmured. In front of the ruins, Bai Qiu stood quietly. When he saw Fang Chen sitting cross-legged, he was a little surprised. Senior, did you get the inheritance? Bai Qiu asked. He saw that Fang Chen was surrounded by sword qi. He quickly retreated. With his physical strength, it was difficult to resist the impact of such powerful sword qi. You are worthy of being the person who got the inheritance of a peerless expert, just like Master. Bai Qiu was full of praise for Fang Chen. On the ruins, Fang Chen was wholeheartedly comprehending the reincarnation sword principle because he had the reincarnation sword shuttle and his own invincible sword principle as a foundation. He comprehended very quickly. In just a month, he completely comprehended the complete reincarnation sword principle. Phew. A month later, Fang Chen got up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The reincarnation sword principle is broad and profound. Fang Chen sighed. There are countless Tao in the world of sword principle, and the reincarnation sword principle can be regarded as one of the top 10 or even top 5 sword principles. In the process of comprehending the reincarnation sword principle, his understanding of his own sword principle has also reached a new height. After comprehending the reincarnation sword principle, I feel that the invincible sword principle has not reached its limit. Fang Chen murmured. Senior, you are awake. Bai Qiu's voice came. Fang Chen turned around. Walking down the ruins, Fang Chen flicked his finger at Bai Qiu, and a sword qi drilled into his body. Speaking of which, your master can be considered to be somewhat related to me. Although the reincarnation sword palace has been destroyed, I have already obtained the inheritance. I will pass this reincarnation mark to you. Whether you can comprehend it or not depends on your luck, Fang Chen said. Thank you, Senior. Bai Qiu was surprised and excited. All right, it's time for us to leave, Fang Chen said. The reincarnation sword palace had been destroyed, but he had already obtained the complete reincarnation sword principle. There was not much benefit in continuing to stay here, so it was better to leave early. Rip. The void was torn apart, and Fang Chen and Bai Qiu suddenly appeared in front of the mountain stream. Whoosh. As the waterfall flowed down, it created huge splashes. The sound of the splashing water entered the two's ears. Senior, the light demon has been looking for us. Should we? Don't worry, although the light demon is good at space-time, I have a way to avoid his detection. Moreover, it won't be long before we can leave the light demon region, Fang Chen said with a smile. Bai Qiu nodded and said no more. The two turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, as if he had sensed something. Strange, why do I feel that someone is approaching us? Fang Chen's expression was solemn. He looked around and found nothing. Let's go. As if he felt that something was wrong, he put Bai Qiu into the immortal cave mountain and quickly left. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly turned his head. There was a figure sitting cross-legged under the waterfall, and his body did not move at all despite the impact of the waterfall. Most importantly, Fang Chen could not sense his existence even though he was right in front of him. This made Fang Chen very shocked. When Fang Chen looked at the black figure, the latter's gaze also happened to look at him. He slowly got up and walked out of the waterfall, smiling at Fang Chen. It is fate that we met. The black figure said slowly, it is really a happy thing to be able to meet such a monstrous genius here. Fang Chen looked at the black figure vigilantly, and was ready to use the rock body technique to leave at any time. I did not know that you were cultivating here. If I have disturbed you, I apologize. Chapter 3292. Swoosh. The black figure flicked his finger and a bright light flashed past. When Fang Chen turned around, a furious roar of a beast resounded through the sky. The huge demonic beast's body fell to the ground unwillingly. A great storm took place in Fang Chen's heart. From the aura of the huge demonic beast, he could tell that its combat power was at least at the boundary evolution realm. However, the black figure killed such a huge demonic beast with just one finger. Fang Chen turned around again and stared at the black figure with his dark eyes. His mind was full of thoughts. However, at this moment, The black figure opened his palm and a purple flame whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, the purple flame spread out from the mountain stream. In a short while, the demonic beast's body was completely engulfed by the purple flame. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The powerful purple flame kept burning the demonic beast's body. Fang Chen was puzzled. What was the black figure doing? A few minutes later, Fang Chen was stunned. He was stunned when he smelled the fragrance in the air. Did the black figure use such a powerful technique just to roast the demonic beast? Rip! The black figure flashed and came to the purple flame. He stretched out his hand and tore off one of the demonic beast's legs from the flame. Have a taste. After speaking, the black figure threw a leg over to Fang Chen without waiting for his response. This is the flesh and blood of the golden brown demon. It is a great tonic for you. The black shadow also tore off one of its legs and ate it in big bites. Fang Chen looked at the black figure seriously. After a while, he finally let down his guard and cupped his hands to the black figure. Thank you, Senior. After speaking, he started to enjoy the flesh and blood of the golden brown demon. The black figure seemed to enjoy roasting the demonic beast's flesh and blood. The huge body of the golden brown demon was finished in a short while. At this moment, Fang Chen's leg was only half eaten. With his back to Fang Chen, the black shadow suddenly asked, "Are you the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen, who was eating the flesh of the golden brown demon, suddenly froze. He widened his eyes and stared at the black figure. His heart was filled with shock. How did this black shadow know that he was the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor? Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. Suddenly, he thought of something and subconsciously took a few steps back. He threw away the thigh in his hand and looked at the black shadow vigilantly. He had the battle prowess of an area master and even recognized that he was the successor of the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. Putting these 2 points together, a name popped up in Fang Chen's mind. Tianguang Domain Lord. In the Light Region, other than the Heavenly Light Region Lord, who else had the combat power of a Region Lord and could casually kill a huge demonic beast at the Boundary Evolution Realm? As he thought of this, Fang Chen suddenly felt a tinge of fear. Not long ago, he had received the complete inheritance of the Samsara Sword Principle in the Samsara Sword Palace. He also learned that the Samsara Sword Palace was destroyed by the Tianguang Domain Lord. Has he been waiting for me here all this time? Fang Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and took a deep breath. He said, "I don't know what you're talking about, Senior." Whoosh, whoosh. The last bit of flesh of the golden brown demon was completely refined. The purple flame burst forth with a super strong power. The black shadow clenched his hand and the purple flame that soared into the sky was instantly restrained. The world fell into silence again. Only the scorching aura in the void was dissipating. You've already guessed my identity. Why lie? The Tianguang Domain Lord smiled eerily. He turned around and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. However, I'm the Tianguang Domain Lord. If I'm not wrong, you should have known everything that happened in the ruins of the Samsara Sword Palace, right? Fang Chen remained silent and looked at the Tianguang Domain Lord warily. At this moment, he was thinking quickly about how to escape from here. Although he had stepped into the World King realm and his combat strength was comparable to a Boundary Evolution realm expert, the man in front of him was the legendary Tianguang Domain Lord. Fang Chen was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight with the Tianguang Domain Lord. What do you want? After a long time, Fang Chen took a deep breath and said, "There's a spiritual herb in the Samsara Sword Palace that's very useful to my cultivation. As long as you hand it over, I'll let you go," the Tianguang Domain Lord said. Fang Chen shook his head. "I didn't see any spiritual herb. Have you obtained the inheritance of the Samsara Sword Emperor?" the Tianguang Domain Lord asked. Fang Chen nodded. In this case, it was useless to hide it. "Haha, then please hand over the spiritual herb." The Tianguang Domain Lord smiled eerily. "I've never threatened others. If I want something, I'll make a deal with others. You ate the golden brown demon's flesh that I roasted. Shouldn't you use that spiritual herb to exchange for it?" Fang Chen did not know what to say. He knew that no matter how he explained, the Tianguang Domain Lord would not let him go. Now, he could only hope that the Tianguang Domain Lord's attainments in the spacetime Dao were limited. Only then could he escape. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. The Tianguang Domain Lord threatened. As the master of the light region, he had never failed to get what he wanted. In his eyes, Fang Chen was just a prey. No matter how powerful the prey was, it was impossible for him to escape from the hands of the hunter. Don't even think about escaping. I've already sealed off this void. Even Light Demon can't enter this place without my permission. You're just a little guy in the World King realm. The Tianguang Domain Lord shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. There were 2 levels in the Boundary Realm. They were the ordinary Boundary Realm and the Domain Lord Realm. There were only a handful of experts in the ancient chaos who could step into the Domain Lord Realm. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time Fang Chen was facing a Domain Lord. What should I do? The Tianguang Domain Lord is too powerful. It's impossible to face him head-on. Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. I have the rock body technique and the spacetime Dao. I can tear open the void and escape instantly. But the Tianguang Domain Lord has already sealed off this void. I can't break it with my current strength. Suddenly, a crazy idea came to Fang Chen's mind. The Heaven Sealing Tablet. The Heaven Sealing Tablet was the most precious treasure of the Heaven Sealing Great Emperor in ancient times. It possessed endless power. At its peak, it could seal off everything. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Fang Chen began to plan his escape. In the blink of an eye, the time was up. The Tianguang Domain Lord sat on the ground and played with a fingerbone of the golden brown demon. He asked with a smile, "How about it? Have you thought it through? I'm willing to hand over the spiritual grass." Fang Chen nodded and took out an item from his chest. Swoosh. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling light shot toward the Tianguang Domain Lord. Boom. The dazzling light was shattered in mid-air by the Tianguang Domain Lord. You want to deceive me with this trick? Do you really think I'm an idiot? The Tianguang Domain Lord was a little annoyed. His powerful aura closed in on Fang Chen. I'll go all out. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. If he didn't act now, it would be too late. Swoosh. His figure flashed as he displayed the rock body technique and the spacetime Dao. In an instant, a terrifying crack appeared in the void before him. He took a step forward and entered it. I've said that you can't escape from me. The Tianguang Domain Lord sneered. He was not in a hurry to attack. He watched as Fang Chen escaped as if he were watching a clown. He had sealed off this void. He was confident that he could block all means. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen's speed soared to the extreme. With the help of the spacetime Dao, he constantly traveled through space. Boom. However, every time he was about to escape, he was forced back by a powerful force. What a powerful seal. Fang Chen muttered to himself and took out the sky sealing tablet. Success or failure depends on this. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a mighty sealing force descended from the sky. The sky sealing tablet instantly enlarged and stood in the void, stirring up the firmament. Crack. The sky sealing tablet operated to the extreme. An ancient aura leisurely flowed out. When this aura appeared, the sealed space actually started to crumble. This was the remaining power of the sky sealing Great Emperor. The power of a quasi-emperor? The smile on the Tianguang Domain Lord's face froze. The sky sealing tablet is the power of the sky sealing Great Emperor. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. Immediately, he struck out with his palm. A majestic force collided with the sky sealing tablet, trying to suppress it. However, to his surprise, the power of the sky sealing Great Emperor blocked his attack. Rip. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Fang Chen escaped through the tear. You can't escape. The Tianguang Domain Lord said gloomily. However, he did not chase after Fang Chen immediately. Instead, he looked at the sky sealing tablet with a burning gaze. How can I not take something that is delivered to my doorstep? With that, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, directly in front of the sky sealing tablet. Sky-sealing Great Emperor, even though you were once a quasi-emperor expert who stood at the peak of the Archean era and possessed monstrous combat strength, you have been dead for many years. But now, you've been dead for countless years. Do you think you can stop me, the Heaven Light Domain Master, with just a trace of your remaining power? The Tianguang Domain Lord said coldly, watch as I suppress this trace of your power and refine your supreme treasure, the Sky-sealing Tablet. I will use it to kill your successor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Tianguang Domain Lord's powerful power erupted wildly, resisting the remaining power of the Sky-sealing Great Emperor. Gradually, the remaining power of the Sky-sealing Great Emperor was completely suppressed by the Tianguang Domain Lord. At this time, the Sky-sealing Tablet also gradually dimmed. Suppress. The Tianguang Domain Lord's body emitted a dazzling light. He struck out with his palm and suppressed the Sky-sealing Tablet with the force of a thunderbolt. I will refine you after I capture that guy. After putting away the Sky-sealing Tablet, the Tianguang Domain Lord released his consciousness and instantly discovered Fang Chen, who was running wildly. Then, his figure disappeared. In the Fiend Light region, Fang Chen fled with all his might. The Light Demon, who was searching for Fang Chen, also discovered him. You finally can't hold back anymore? The Light Demon's eyes flashed as he said coldly, how dare you offend me, Light Demon? You will die without a burial place. As he spoke, the Light Demon appeared and began to chase Fang Chen. Light Demon? The Tianguang Domain Lord's face darkened when he discovered the Light Demon. Get lost. The Light Demon's actions angered the Tianguang Domain Lord. With a flick of his sleeve, the Light Demon, who was in the midst of running, sensed a terrifying power and rushed over. Chapter 3293. Although Light Demon was powerful, he was at most at the top of the boundary expansion realm. The Tianguang Domain Master was the ruler of a domain. His strength was unfathomable. There were only a handful of people in the primordial chaos who were more powerful than the Tianguang Domain Master. For countless years, Light Demon had been the ruler of the Light Demon domain. As the domain master, he naturally wouldn't care about such trivial matters. But now, Light Demon dared to lay his hands on his prey. The Tianguang Domain Master was furious and sent Light Demon flying with a blow. Dong! The earth trembled. Light Demon's huge body slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Countless cracks began to appear on the surrounding ground. Damn it! Light Demon roared angrily. He shot up into the sky and glared behind him. Which blind fellow dares to sneak an attack on me? Light Demon's aura surged. He roared into the sky with a murderous intent. It's me. The Tianguang Domain Master approached from afar and appeared in front of Light Demon in an instant. He looked at Light Demon mockingly and exuded a cold aura. When Light Demon saw the Domain Master's face, he screamed. Domain Master, his body trembled. His forehead was covered with sweat and his heart was filled with fear. He was lucky enough to meet the Domain Master millions of years ago. It was still unforgettable. He never dreamed that the Tianguang Domain Master would appear here. Domain Master, please spare my life. I didn't know that person was your subordinate. Light Demon fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He thought that the Tianguang Domain Master had attacked him because he was chasing Fang Chen. But he was wrong. Humph, I've always turned a blind eye to your actions. But now, you want to lay your hands on my prey. How ridiculous. The Domain Master's dignity was not to be blasphemed. It's fine that you killed innocent cultivators, but now you dare to attack me. What's the use of keeping you alive? Domain Master, no, Light Demon seemed to have realized something. His eyes were filled with fear as he screamed. But it was useless. The Domain Master's power was invincible. The Tianguang Domain Master flicked his finger and a hand knife appeared. Light Demon had no power to resist. His body was split in half and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Bang! The Light Demon's body exploded in the void, and the Light Demon domain trembled slightly. Even someone as strong as Light Demon was merely an ant in front of the Tianguang Protectorate Lord. With a single thought, he killed the Light Demon. I've said it before. You can't escape from my light domain. The Tianguang Domain Master retracted his aura and looked up. His pitch-black eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. He immediately saw Fang Chen, who was running swiftly. Hoo. Fang Chen felt that he had used up too much energy. He had even used his immortal star power. With the constant support of the immortal star force, he was barely able to operate the space-time Dao and the rock body technique simultaneously. There's a mountain up ahead. Suddenly, Fang Chen discovered that there was a mountain in front of him. He could feel that there seemed to be a very powerful restriction in the void around the mountain. Let's go all out. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to flee in the opposite direction. Otherwise, the Tianguang Protectorate Master would catch up with him. The towering mountain was surrounded by ripples in the void. Once again, they intertwined to form a huge restriction. In the restriction, starlight flickered. The purple-robed Star Emperor was conversing with the World Devastator Demon Emperor. World Devastator Demon Emperor, you can leave now. The Star Emperor said coldly. I've waited for countless epochs. Why can't you give me a chance? The World Devastator Demon Emperor said. Could it be that after your reincarnation, your heart belongs to someone else? Speaking of this, the World Devastator Demon Emperor exuded a powerful demonic aura. Humph, if that's the case, I'll kill all those who have delusional thoughts about you. Hearing this, a complicated look flashed across the Star Emperor's eyes. However, he quickly calmed down. After so many years, don't you understand me? The Star Emperor stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Of course I understand you. It's because I know you too well that I think you're the most perfect. In this life, I won't marry anyone but you. The World Devastator Demon Emperor said firmly. The Star Emperor shook her head and was about to speak when she suddenly saw a figure running in the distance. The Star Emperor's delicate body trembled slightly. Her huge divine sense spread out and instantly found Fang Chen. Brother Chen? Why is he here? Does he know that I'm here and came to find me? The Star Emperor's heart was filled with excitement. However, thinking of the World Devastator Demon Emperor beside her, the Star Emperor remained calm on the surface, but she was faintly anxious in her heart. She had just awakened the top 10 memories. Although her physical body was that of a quasi-emperor, her cultivation had not fully recovered. It was impossible for her to be a match for the World Devastator Demon Emperor. If the latter knew that Fang Chen was her husband, he would definitely be furious. No one could stop him. No, I can't let the World Devastator Demon Emperor know. The Star Emperor secretly thought in her heart. However, at this moment, she sensed a slightly powerful aura. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen. She finally understood. Someone is chasing after Brother Chen. Looking at his aura, it should be a realm evolution powerhouse. A dignified domain lord can't even deal with a little realm king kid. The World Devastator Demon Emperor sneered, looking high and mighty. However, this realm king is somewhat interesting. As a human, he has cultivated the rock movement technique. Moreover, his attainments in the Tao of spacetime have reached such a high level. It's really rare. He's a genius. The World Devastator Demon Emperor licked his dry lips. Such a genius shouldn't die here. What are you going to do? Seeing the World Devastator Demon Emperor ready to attack, the Star Emperor hurriedly asked. You also know that I have pity in my heart. I don't want to see such a thing happen. This kid has great potential and is a genius of the human race. The Heaven Light Domain Lord has lowered his status to attack him, which has violated the rules of the human race. Without waiting for the World Devastator Demon Emperor to speak, the Star Emperor continued, help him and make the Heaven Light Domain Lord retreat. Swoosh! The World Devastator Demon Emperor's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. On the mountain peak, the Star Emperor was very anxious. Master, calm down. The black-robed elder with a walking stick said, the World Devastator Demon Emperor is very cunning. If he sees any clues, he will definitely die. The Star Emperor nodded and suppressed the worry in her heart. Her beautiful eyes looked tenderly at the man covered in blood. That was her husband. Although the World Devastator Demon Emperor is evil, he rarely goes against Master's words. Don't worry, Master. After the World Devastator Demon Emperor leaves, you can find a chance to meet him. The Star Emperor looked anxiously. On the wasteland below, Fang Chen, who was moving quickly, suddenly felt that his body was stuck in a quagmire and could not move at all. What's going on? He was extremely shocked. The Heaven Light Domain Lord was chasing after him, so he had to race against time. Crash! A black-robed man appeared beside him. So powerful. Fang Chen immediately felt the danger. The aura from this man was stronger than that of the Heaven Light Domain Lord. Kid, you can't escape. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, the Heaven Light Domain Lord stepped into the air and slammed his palm toward Fang Chen. Buzz! The black-robed man stood in front of Fang Chen and allowed the Heaven Light Domain Lord's shocking palm print to fall on his body. He was not injured at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The palm print dissipated. The black-robed man squinted and looked at the Heaven Light Domain Lord strangely. Who are you? The Heaven Light Domain Lord said coldly. As a Domain Lord, you can't even deal with a guy of the World King realm. Don't you think it's embarrassing? The World Devastator Demon Emperor said. Humph. The Heaven Light Domain Lord snorted and prepared to attack. However, the World Devastator Demon Emperor released a powerful aura that shocked him. How is this possible? He widened his eyes and looked at the World Devastator Demon Emperor in disbelief. The aura of a quasi-emperor. He is a quasi-emperor. After a brief shock, the Heaven Light Domain Lord hurriedly cupped his fists and said, I didn't know that the quasi-emperor was cultivating here. Please forgive me. Quasi-emperor. Fang Chen's heart was also in turmoil. He had been involved with several quasi-emperors, but so far, he had not seen the true body of any quasi-emperor. He did not expect that the black-robed man in front of him was a quasi-emperor. It was no wonder that he felt an unprecedented threat from him. Chapter 3294. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's demonic power was unparalleled. He stood on the wasteland like an ancient demon god, striking fear into the hearts of those who saw him. After feeling the powerful pressure of the quasi-emperor's aura, the Heavenly Light Domain Master's face was filled with horror. He could not help but take a few steps back. His dark eyes stared at the World Devastation Demon Emperor as he cupped his fists and said, I have no intention of offending you, but, before he could finish his words, the World Devastation Demon Emperor waved his hand and interrupted him. Chimph, do I need to explain? The World Devastation Demon Emperor snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a mighty demonic power surged toward him. Seeing this, the Heavenly Light Domain Master's face turned extremely grave. Oh no! He cursed inwardly. His figure flashed as he exerted all his strength and suddenly rushed toward the void turbulence in the distance. Boom! However, the means of a quasi-emperor was not something he could withstand. No! With a scream, the void turbulence was shattered by the World Devastation Demon Emperor, and the Heavenly Light Domain Master's body exploded. The void was filled with a terrifying smell of blood. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's expression did not change from beginning to end, as if everything was under his control. With just one blow, the Heavenly Light Domain Master, who was as strong as a Domain Master, had died. What a terrifying attack! Behind the World Devastation Demon Emperor, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He widened his eyes in extreme shock. Is this the means of a quasi-emperor? This was the first time he had felt the pressure of a quasi-emperor at such a close distance, and he was shocked. At this moment, the World Devastation Demon Emperor frowned slightly. Then he flicked his finger, and an extremely sharp black light pierced through the void and shot toward a certain place in the distance. Interesting. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's lips curled into a mocking smile. At the same time, in a distant corner, a figure suddenly fell to the ground. He was covered in blood, and his face was extremely pale. His primordial spirit had suffered great injuries. Fart. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely discover that this person was the Heaven Light Domain Lord, who had just died at the hands of the World Devastation Demon Emperor. Of course, this was only a doppelganger of the Tianguang Domain Master. When a quasi-emperor expert made a move, they could go through the main body and forcefully wipe out the essence spirit of the clone. The World Devastator Demon Emperor had also sensed the Heaven Light Domain Master's avatar and launched an attack across space. However, he hadn't expected the Tianguang Domain Master to be so ruthless and decisive. He had forcibly cut off the connection between his doppelganger and his true self at the critical moment. This action barely prevented his avatar from dying at the hands of the World Devastation Devil Emperor. Of course, the price was also very high. His primordial spirit would never be able to step into the Emperor realm. Furthermore, there would be a bottleneck in his cultivation and he would never be able to reach the quasi-emperor realm. To experts at the level of region lords, this was too cruel. However, for the Tianguang Domain Lord, this was the only way to survive. Light region, wasteland. In the desolate wasteland, the World Devastation Demon Emperor's expression returned to normal, and then he turned his head to look at Fang Chen. My physical body and primordial spirit have both broken through to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, you have also cultivated the Great Rock Movement technique. You are a good seedling. As the World Devastation Demon Emperor spoke, a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Thank you for saving me, my lord. Fang Chen cupped his fists. No matter what the quasi-emperor's motive was, at least he had saved him. Humph, a mere realm king, what right do you have to ask me to save you? The World Devastation Demon Emperor sneered. If it weren't for the Star Emperor, I wouldn't have bothered to interfere in the fight between ants like you. After a pause, the World Devastation Demon Emperor continued, however, what makes me curious is that you, a human, have cultivated the Great Rock Movement technique and have a deep understanding of it. Fang Chen remained silent and looked at the World Devastation Demon Emperor quietly. A quasi-emperor expert had monstrous strength and could kill him with just a thought. On the mountain peak in the distance, the Star Emperor clenched his fists and finally relaxed. Although the Tianguang Domain Lord's avatar survived, it is no longer a threat, the black-robed elder with a walking stick said. World Devastation Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Star Emperor suddenly discovered the World Devastation Demon Emperor's actions. Her figure flashed and a starlight passage appeared in the void. In just an instant, the Star Emperor appeared in front of the World Devastation Demon Emperor. What are you doing? The Star Emperor asked angrily. Although I killed the Tianguang Domain Lord, I didn't say that I would let him go. The World Devastation Demon Emperor said, the Rock Clan once plotted against me. He cultivated the Great Rock Movement technique and has a close relationship with the Rock Clan. Since I encountered him, he can only be considered unlucky. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the World Devastation Demon Emperor to attack him because of the Rock Clan's Great Rock Movement technique. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's attention was all on Star and Moon. When Fang Chen saw Star and Moon, he was very excited and his body trembled. When he was about to call out, he was stopped by Star and Moon. Brother Chen, we can't recognize each other for the time being. Star and Moon said, the World Devastation Demon Emperor in front of you has been pursuing me in my previous life. If he knows that you are my husband, he will definitely be angry and kill you. With my strength, I can't resist his attack. Fang Chen was very puzzled. Why would Star and Moon be related to this quasi-emperor in front of him? What's more, what did Xingyue mean by her previous life? Could it be that Yu is a reincarnated quasi-emperor? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind as he thought of this. He tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart and stabilized his emotions. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. He can step into the Realm King realm at such a young age. Moreover, his physical body and primordial spirit have both broken through to the Emperor realm. His potential is unparalleled. He is a genius that the human race has focused on cultivating. If you kill him, won't you be going against the human race? The Star Emperor said calmly. Seeing that the Star Emperor was a little displeased, the World Devastation Demon Emperor grinned. Since you have said so, how can I not give you face? Although he is involved with the Rock Clan, he is too weak and is not qualified for me to act. However, I can't let him go like this. As soon as his voice fell, the World Devastation Demon Emperor stretched out his hand. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was enveloped by it. Shio. By the time the Star Emperor reacted, Fang Chen had already disappeared. The Star Emperor was angry and scolded. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I just sent him into the Demon Emperor's tomb. If he comes out alive, I will no longer have any involvement with him. If he dies, then he can only blame himself for being too weak. The World Devastation Demon Emperor shrugged and smiled. Demon Emperor's tomb. Star and Moon was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She couldn't wait to fight the World Devastation Demon Emperor. However, the servant on the side promptly dissuaded her. Whoosh! Gradually, Star and Moon's face regained its calm, and her body emitted a cold aura. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion. Don't disturb me anymore. After saying that, Star and Moon's figure flashed and returned to the mountain peak. At the same time, a layer of barrier completely condensed from starlight enveloped the entire mountain peak. Seeing this, the World Devastation Demon Emperor licked his dry lips. You are destined to be my woman. I will give you some time. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's eyes flickered. Coincidentally, while you are in seclusion, I will do something important. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to step into the real Emperor realm. After saying that, the World Devastation Demon Emperor disappeared into the void. On the mountain peak. Master, although the Demon Emperor's tomb is dangerous, he may be able to survive. The servant in black comforted, he can survive the pursuit of the Tianguang Protectorate Lord. Although his cultivation is not at the boundary evolution realm, his real combat strength is not bad. Perhaps, the Devil Emperor's tomb this time is an opportunity for him? Danger and opportunity coexist. There are many dangers in the Demon Emperor's tomb, but there are also many opportunities. As long as he is careful and grasps the opportunity, once he steps into the boundary evolution realm, his combat strength will be comparable to that of a Protectorate Lord. At that time, unless a quasi-emperor intervenes, who in the Demon Emperor's tomb can kill him? After hearing the servant in black's words, Star and Moon's anxious face gradually regained its calmness. Brother Chen, you must hold on. Star and Moon prayed inwardly. She hated herself for being too weak and implicating Fang Chen. Therefore, she directly went into seclusion. Blood Realm, Bloodline Temple. With the Demon King's powerful means and the Bloodline Temple's own runes, he finally succeeded in resisting the Black Demon's attack. During this time, the Demon King completely accepted the Bloodline King's inheritance. Buzz. Layers of blood-colored ripples spread in the void. The Demon King sat cross-legged. In front of him was a dried-up pool. The blood in the pool had been completely absorbed. In the dried-up pool, there was a giant blood-red sword. The red glass sword stood quietly. On the sword's body, there were complex blood-red patterns flashing. A low sword hum resounded throughout the temple. Crack. Suddenly, the Demon King opened his eyes. The red glass sword seemed to have sensed something and suddenly trembled. The blood pool instantly exploded, and the red glass sword returned to the Demon King's hand. This Emperor sword has been contaminated with the Bloodline King's power and has a powerful bloodthirsty ability. It is far more powerful than ordinary Emperor weapons, the Phantom side. However, the Demon King's attention was not on the red glass sword. An image appeared in his mind. In that image, Star and Moon, dressed in purple, looked the same as before. Reincarnated, Star Emperor. The Demon King could already determine that Star and Moon was the reincarnation of Star Emperor. No matter who you were in your previous life, you are my wife in this life. No one can take you away from me, not even a quasi-emperor. The Demon King thought to himself. At the same time, he also remembered the World Devastator Demon Emperor. This debt will not be settled so easily. After saying that, he got up and looked outside the Bloodline Temple. You have accepted the complete inheritance and nurtured the bloodstone in your body. In the future, you will have a chance to become a super expert like Lord Bloodline King. The Phantom said, my task is completed. From now on, the Bloodline Temple will completely disappear from the world. Hiss. The Phantom's body collapsed and disappeared. Chapter 3295. The Demon King walked out of the Bloodline Temple with the red glass sword in his hand. His body exuded a powerful bloodline aura. This aura came from the depths of the primordial spirit. It was suffocating and terrifying. This was the power of the most mysterious emperor-to-be in the Antiquity Age, the Bloodline King. At this moment, the Demon King's bloodline power had reached an extremely high level. Even his every movement could cause the Bloodline Sacred Hall to shake. Dong dong dong. The Bloodline Temple seemed to feel the Demon King's anger. The door creaked open and the Hei Mo, who was attacking wildly, came into view. Outside the Bloodline Temple, the Hei Mo was racking his brains to think of a way to break through the defense of the Blood-Red Talisman. Boom! He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. When the fist radiance hit the Bloodline Temple, it shook violently. With a click, the door of the Bloodline Temple opened. The Hei Mo was delighted when he saw this. His face was filled with madness. "Brat, you can't stop me with your tricks. Now, prepare to enjoy the baptism of death." He leaped into the air and stood in front of the Bloodline Temple. A violent aura exuded from his body. He looked down at the entrance of the Bloodline Temple with killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, a figure walked out slowly. "Finally willing to come out? I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life." The Hei Mo sneered. With a flick of his finger, a black light condensed into a black sword radiance in the void and shot toward the Demon King. Whoosh! Almost instantly, the Demon King raised his head and slashed out with his sword. The red glass sword emitted a loud sword cry as if it was going to devour the entire world. A bright red sword light soared into the sky, carrying with it endless pressure. It smashed into the black demon's black sword light as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. "I know the way of the sword better than you," the Demon King said coldly. The black sword radiance was instantly pierced by the invincible sword chi. The terrifying chi wave forced the Hei Mo to take a few steps back. After he steadied himself, he stared at the Demon King with his black eyes. The contempt on his face disappeared and was replaced with seriousness. Although it was only a simple attack, he was extremely shocked in his heart. How did his strength become so strong in such a short time? Black Demon shook his head forcefully in disbelief. He thought of a possibility, and that was that the person in front of him had obtained the inheritance of the palace, and thus his strength had soared in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Black Demon licked his dry lips and his heart began to burn. "I've been stuck in the World King realm for countless years, unable to find a turning point to make a breakthrough. If I can obtain this inheritance, I can absolutely step into the World Evolution realm." Black Demon thought to himself. The ancient corpse demon had a deep foundation. With his level, it was impossible for him to enter the core circle. However, if he stepped into the boundary expansion plane, everything would change. A World Evolution realm expert was an expert that stood at the peak of the ancient chaos. His status in the corpse demon would increase greatly. Of course, most importantly, only by stepping into the World Evolution realm would he have the chance to charge into the legendary Emperor realm. On the path of cultivation, who wouldn't want to step into that supreme realm? Voila! Black Demon opened his eyes wide and stared at the Monster King with a smile. "Boy, you have two choices now. Hand over the inheritance and I can spare your life. I can refine you into a demonic puppet to serve me. What's the second choice?" The Monster King asked calmly. "So, you've rejected the first choice?" Black Demon said coldly. "If so, then there's only death." As his voice fell, Black Demon suddenly raised his palm. Violent winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The Monster King nodded. "You've given me two choices, but I've only given you one choice. That is, death." Shio. The Monster King's figure escaped into the void. With the rock movement technique as the foundation and the space-time Tao as the support, his body was unpredictable. Black Demon couldn't catch his trace at all. Voila! When the Monster King appeared again, the red glass sword had already been swung out. The ninth move of the invincible sword art, Immortal Sword, was completely displayed. At the same time, the bloodline power in his body surged crazily and poured into the red glass sword. The Demon King's furious attack had reached an unimaginable level. A sword light that could destroy heaven and earth shot out from the red glass sword. The moment the sword light appeared, the heaven and earth stilled. Everything became quiet. "That's so powerful." Black Demon, who was originally full of confidence, was shocked when he felt the terrifying power in the void. However, it was too late to retreat now. He could only face it head-on. Pretentious. Black Demon quickly adjusted his mentality and said coldly, "Watch how I'll break your attack." After swinging the sword, the Monster King stopped attacking. He knew his own strength too well. He knew that this attack was enough to solve the problem. As expected, when the immortal sword rushed toward Black Demon with the invincible sword chi, the latter's body was completely covered by the violent bloodline power. Hiss. Almost at the same time, Black Demon was shocked to find that the blood in his body had dried up in an instant. Impossible, Black Demon cried out involuntarily. He seemed to have thought of something. Bloodline power. It's the Bloodline King. He glanced at the powerful bloodline power around him and turned his head to look at the bloodline temple not far away. He finally understood. I can't accept this. Unfortunately, the violent bloodline power had already sucked all the blood in his body. He struggled to move and let out an unwilling roar. The immortal sword took advantage of the situation and pierced through his head. Don't kill me. Realm King Rong-ju asked me to deal with you. At the moment of life and death, Black Demon couldn't care less. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. Realm King Rong-ju? The Monster King murmured. I'll settle the score with him. But before that, I'll kill you first. No. Although Black Demon was begging for mercy, the Monster King didn't care. He hated the Corpse Demon the most. The latter had tried to kill his true body more than once. If he wasn't lucky, he would have died long ago. Boom. Black Demon's body suddenly exploded. The Monster King stroked the red glass sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. In fact, Black Demon's strength was considered strong in the World King realm. Unfortunately, he had encountered the abnormal Monster King. After the latter absorbed the power of the blood pool, he had officially broken through to the World King realm. He had countless methods. In addition, his true body was banished to the Demon Emperor's tomb and his wife was harassed by the World Extermination Demon Emperor. His heart was filled with anger and he vented his anger on Black Demon. Dong. A melodious sound of a bell seemed to resound through the world, penetrating deep into the Monster King's mind. Behind him, the Bloodline Temple gradually faded and the blood-red runes also disappeared. The Monster King's heart was calm. After the Bloodline Temple completely disappeared, the Scarlet Mountain Range also calmed down. He withdrew his gaze and the face of Realm King Rong-ju appeared in his mind. Blood Realm, Rong Royal City. In the past, this city wasn't called Rong Royal City. As for its specific name, it had long been forgotten by the world. Realm King Rong-ju had cultivated all the way here from another Chaos Void. He was once a royal prince of a Chaos Void and his title was King Rong. So, after he took control of the Blood Realm, he renamed the city at the core of the Blood Realm to Rong Royal City. In the prosperous Rong Royal City, people came and went in an endless stream. But, in Rong Royal Mansion, the atmosphere was very oppressive. Night fell and darkness shrouded the earth. In a study, Realm King Rong-ju paced back and forth, a bit anxious. You can't contact Black Demon Realm King either? Realm King Rong-ju turned and asked. The Corpse Demon shook his head. Lord Black Demon's orders are one-way transmissions. If he doesn't take the initiative to contact us, we can't contact him at all. But, Realm King Rong-ju, you can rest assured. With Lord Black Demon's strength, a mere human boy is nothing to fear. You should first think about how to help me, the Corpse Demon, control the Blood Realm. Hiss. However, just as the Corpse Demon finished speaking, his body began to corrode. His skin and flesh burst open and blood sprayed out. As if he had been poisoned, he fell to the ground in extreme pain. What's going on? Realm King Rong-ju turned pale with fright. Someone had secretly attacked right under his nose. In the blink of an eye, the Corpse Demon no longer had any vitality. Realm King Rong-ju was aghast. Realm King Rong-ju, how have you been? The Monster King's figure suddenly appeared. It's you. Seeing the Monster King, Realm King Rong-ju instantly flew into a rage. You actually dare to appear? Seeing that Realm King Rong-ju was about to make a move, the Monster King sneered, if I were you, I would definitely think about why the Black Demon Realm King didn't return and why the person he wanted to deal with quietly appeared in Rong Manor. Hearing this, Realm King Rongju's body came to an abrupt stop. His mind shook. You mean, you killed Black Demon Realm King? Impossible. You want to kill Black Demon Realm King? Realm King Rongju didn't believe that Black Demon Realm King had died. Buzz. With a thought, the Monster King's body emitted the pressure of a Realm King. This is Realm King. You obtained the inheritance. Thinking of the sudden death of the corpse demon just now and how the Monster King had quietly sneaked into his study without him noticing, Realm King Rongju's face suddenly changed. Die. Almost at the same time, Realm King Rongju launched a vicious attack on the Monster King. Bang! A red light flashed and Realm King Rongju's attack was easily blocked. A mighty force drilled into his body and Realm King Rongju couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Realm King Rongju's face turned completely serious. Colluding with the corpse demon and intending to harm the geniuses of the human race. Just this crime alone is enough for you to die 10,000 times, right? The Monster King said softly. What do you want? The Monster King's attack easily dissolved his attack. His dark eyes stared at the Monster King vigilantly. If there was no other choice, he would do his best to kill him. However, the most important thing now was to stabilize the other party. After all, the matter of colluding with the corpse demon must not be known to others. Help me find something. Chapter 3296. The Monster King sat in his armchair and narrowed his eyes at Realm King Rongjue. The latter was still useful, so he didn't want to kill him directly. He wanted to find something, but he couldn't do it alone. And Realm King Rongjue had a high prestige in the entire blood field. If he raised his arms and shouted, there would be a large number of martial artists coming to help. The Monster King also saw this point, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill Realm King Rongjue. What are you looking for? Realm King Rongjue's expression changed. If it was before, he would have been furious and directly killed the person who provoked him. But now, he found that he couldn't suppress the Monster King at all. He felt regret in his heart. If he had been more decisive and killed him like a thunderbolt, there might not have been such a result. Or if he had left the Scarlet Mountain Range and stopped thinking about the Bloodline Temple, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He didn't have any substantial collusion with the corpse demon. He just wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. However, he had been in contact with the Black Demon Realm King, and this was a stain that couldn't be washed away. If the Monster King used this to threaten him, he couldn't do anything. Rumor has it that the blood field was established by the Blood Emperor. After he died, his strength was scattered to every corner of the blood field. His blood spilled all over the earth, and as time passed, the world's power baptized this blood, causing it to gradually condense into blood beads. I want you to help me find the blood beads. The Monster King pondered. What? Realm King Rongjue cried out, shaking his head. The blood beads have long disappeared. It's impossible to find them. I can't do this. Shio. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sword hum coming from his neck. He subconsciously looked down and was shocked to find that the scarlet sword light was already at his neck. As long as he made the slightest movement, his head would fall to the ground. Realm King Rongjue smiled bitterly. He was a top Realm King powerhouse of the blood field. No one dared to disobey his orders. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? It's not that I don't want to find them, but the blood beads have really disappeared. Realm King Rongjue's expression changed. Millions of years ago, my blood field had a field master. Do you know what his end result? Fang Chen remained silent. Realm King Rongjue continued, that Domain Lord has been deliberately searching for blood beads. After nearly 100 million years, he has only found 3 blood beads. Oh! A look of surprise appeared on Fang Chen's face. He hadn't expected that the previous ruler of the Blood Realm had also searched for blood pearls. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. The Blood Emperor was a boundary emperor expert and the blood in his body had already reached the peak. He was much stronger than the bloodline monarch. He was the true overlord of the ancient times. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the Blood Realm and turned into the Blood Realm's land. As for the blood bead, it gradually became known to the world. At that time, countless experts in the primordial chaos had gone crazy over it. The entire blood realm had fallen into a state of misery and suffering. Most importantly, it was the high-level experts of the human race who came forward that made everyone restrain themselves. However, as time passed, the number of blood beads became fewer and fewer. Today, the blood beads are even more extinct. After receiving the Bloodline King's inheritance, the Demon King learned many secrets. Among them was a power that the Bloodline King had left for him. However, this power was in a sealed world. If he wanted to enter that world, he had to have a strong enough bloodline power. With the Demon King's current bloodline power, it was very difficult to open that world. Therefore, he thought of the blood bead. In the remnant consciousness left behind by the Bloodline King, he had once cultivated in the blood realm and built the bloodline temple for the blood bead. The previous domain lord died in the process of searching for the blood orbs. Rongjue Realm King said. The ruler died. The Demon King was a little surprised. Only a Boundary Emperor expert could kill a ruler. Could it be a Boundary Emperor expert? The Demon King asked. Rongjue Realm King shook his head, looking a little frightened. I don't know. After pondering for a moment, the Demon King said, You are very familiar with the blood realm. Find me all the information about the blood bead. As for whether you can find the blood bead, do your best. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment and continued, If you have any information about where the previous ruler died, tell me as well. Rongjue Realm King gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. In the corpse demon headquarters, a blood-red figure sat cross-legged in front of a pitch-black altar. On his body, a monstrous bloody aura permeated the void. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes. What a piece of trash. The Blood Demon Emperor said with some anger. It's just a blood realm without a quasi-emperor expert or a realm lord. That idiot Heimo actually died there. Many of the clan members beside him trembled when they heard this. The Black Demon Realm King died in the Blood Realm. Their gazes fell on the Blood Demon Emperor. As expected, the latter was angry. It's very likely that the blood bead is in the Blood Realm, so we must have full control. Having coexisted with the Blood Emperor for many years, he knew better than anyone how terrifying the Blood Emperor was. He was determined to get the blood bead. If he could get it, he might have a chance to become a true Emperor expert like the Immortal Emperor. Realm King Rongjue can't kill Black Demon. If I'm not wrong, there's very likely a ruler behind the Blood Realm. After thinking for a moment, the Blood Demon Emperor said, Let the 3 blood warriors go. My lord. Beside him, a white-bearded clan member wanted to say something but stopped. My corpse demon has used all our resources to cultivate the blood warriors. Now it's time for them to repay my clan. After saying this, the Blood Demon Emperor closed his eyes. The primordial chaos was magnificent. Every day, there were countless martial artists who died on the path of exploring the martial way. However, there were still countless people who wanted to rush to the highest point. Many people didn't hesitate to travel the famous mountains and rivers in search of ancient ruins in order to find opportunities. There were also people who entered mountains filled with demonic beasts to find a breakthrough on the verge of life and death. The Demon Emperor's tomb was an extremely terrifying place. It had existed since the ancient era. Even the Immortal Emperor and the others didn't know its true origin. They only knew that the Demon Emperor's tomb contained the souls of countless peerless experts from the ancient era. After they died, their remnant thoughts automatically entered the Demon Emperor's tomb. The current Demon Emperor's tomb was like the tomb of the dead, filled with a desolate aura. Everyone knew about the Demon Emperor's tomb, but no one dared to step into it. During the Age of Chaos, quasi-emperors were almost extinct. Therefore, the world devastator Demon Emperor thought that the Demon Emperor's tomb had a deep connection with him. He announced to the world that the Demon Emperor's tomb was his territory from now on. At that time, the primordial chaos was shaken. Many experts thought that the world devastator Demon Emperor must have discovered something, so he took the Demon Emperor's tomb for himself. Many experts were eager to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb. However, after they entered, there was no more news. Not long after, the noisy primordial chaos calmed down again. No one mentioned the Demon Emperor's tomb, and no one dared to approach it. The Demon Domain was one of the more powerful domains in the northern region. Its geographical area was larger than the Black Domain, Dragon Domain, and other domains combined. In the Demon Domain, there were many demonic cultivators, with the World Devastator Demon Emperor as their leader. The void was filled with endless demonic energy. If ordinary martial artists entered, they would be corroded by the demonic energy. If it was light, they would be seriously injured, and if it was heavy, they would die. Therefore, very few people would come to the Demon Domain. Of course, the existence of the Demon Emperor's tomb would still attract many ambitious people. Today, 2 people entered the Demon Emperor's tomb. Hoo. Night fell. On the pitch-black ground, one could vaguely see flames jumping. 2 figures were sitting cross-legged on the ground, cautiously looking at their surroundings. Is this the Demon Emperor's tomb? One of them whispered. It should be here. The 2 of them had been in the Demon Domain for 3 years and finally found the entrance to the Demon Emperor's tomb. I can feel that the aura here is very heavy, as if there is endless resentment surrounding it. The white-clothed World King said. Nonsense, this is the Demon Emperor's tomb where countless heroic souls are buried. It is said that the strongest ruler of the primordial era, the Lord Myriad Demon Emperor, was buried in the Demon Emperor's tomb. The black-clothed World King said. In the outside world, as World Kings, the 2 of them were considered peak powerhouses of the primordial chaos. But after entering the Demon Emperor's tomb, they had no choice but to be careful. Shio. At this time, a resplendent sword light cut through the dark sky, falling into the wasteland not too far away. Dong. Dust flew up and a deafening sound broke the silence of the night. What's going on? The white-clothed World King said in surprise. Chapter 3297. The 2 World Kings were extremely excited. They had gone through innumerable hardships to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb, but they never imagined that they would encounter such a situation as soon as they arrived. The treasure within the Demon Emperor's tomb must be extremely powerful. Let's go and take a look. The black-clothed World King couldn't hold back. His figure flashed as he rushed towards the place where the sword light fell. The white-clothed World King also followed close behind. Hoo. Under the pitch-black night sky, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. A cold wind blew, causing their clothes to rustle. In the blink of an eye, the 2 World Kings arrived at the place where the sword light fell. However, what they saw wasn't the treasure they had imagined, but a person. Who is he? Why did he fall from the sky? The black-clothed World King asked with some regret. The white-clothed World King shook his head. Let's see if he still has any life left. The 2 examined him and discovered that he was severely wounded and on the verge of death. Could it be that he became like this because he fought with someone? To be able to injure a World King realm powerhouse to such a degree, that person had to be at least an area lord level powerhouse. Thinking of this, the 2 looked at each other, their complexions gradually dignified. What do we do? The black-clothed World King asked. Let's save him first. The 2 World Kings dragged the unconscious Fang Chen to the side of the fire. What a lucky fellow. His organs are wounded, his bones are shattered, and his primordial spirit has fallen silent. Even so, he didn't die. The black-clothed World King carefully sized up Fang Chen, sighing in amazement. The white-clothed World King shook his head. He has been severely wounded. Even if he wakes up, it will be difficult for him to restore his cultivation. His road of martial arts can be considered completely severed. In his coma, Fang Chen felt his body fall to the ground like a meteor. As he fell, his primordial spirit seemed to be rejected by the strength of the world. It was extremely painful and he nearly couldn't hold on. You Fang Chen softly called out to his wife, the star and moon. What the 2 World Kings didn't discover was that the bloodline power within Fang Chen's body was slowly circulating, gradually spreading to every part of his body. As time passed, the injuries in his body gradually healed. Even his internal organs were recovering on their own. The next day, the sun crossed the horizon and lit up the entire sky. The darkness receded, and the true appearance of the Devil Emperor's mausoleum appeared in the eyes of the 2 great realm kings. Who? The black-clothed World King stood up. He stretched out his hands and stretched out his body. Then, he said, "It's finally dawn. I've collected countless information regarding the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, and all of them say that the nights in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum are the hardest to endure and also the most dangerous. Now, it seems that the rumors are not true." The white-clothed World King gently smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Fang Chen from the corner of his eyes. "How is this possible?" Suddenly, he cried out in surprise. The black-clothed World King heard this and turned around. "What's going on?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the unconscious Fang Chen's fingers moving gently. The gazes of the two realm kings were focused on Fang Chen. Their powerful divine senses intertwined and enveloped his body. A moment later, the two realm kings looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Inconceivable, simply inconceivable. This is a miracle. Even a region lord-level powerhouse would need a period of time to recover from such a heavy injury. But in just a single night, his shattered bones have completely healed and his damaged organs have nearly recovered. Most importantly, his body was overflowing with vitality. He didn't seem like a martial artist that had been severely wounded at all. Voila! Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He felt pain all over his body. "It hurts," Fang Chen said through clenched teeth. "What is this place? Who are you?" The two realm kings didn't directly answer Fang Chen's question. The Demon Emperor's mausoleum was filled with countless dangers and they couldn't help but be cautious. They vigilantly looked at Fang Chen, wanting to obtain some useful information from him. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen shook his head. "I encountered a powerhouse. He said that he would banish me to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. After that, I fell unconscious and I don't know anything." Hearing this, the two realm kings' complexions changed. Stormy waves were set off in their hearts. To be able to banish a realm king powerhouse to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, could it be a quasi-emperor? "Who is it?" Fang Chen slowly crawled up from the ground, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He grimly said, "World Devastation Demon Emperor." It really is a quasi-emperor. Obviously, the two of them had heard of the World Devastation Demon Emperor's name, but they still found it unbelievable. You actually offended the World Devastation Demon Emperor. To be able to survive in his hands can be considered lucky. The white-clothed realm king smiled, letting go of his guard against Fang Chen. "So that's how it is." The black-clothed realm king nodded. "This is the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Last night, you fell from the sky and were severely wounded. The two of us rescued you. Thank you, two brothers." Fang Chen cupped his fists together, gratefully thanking them. "There's no need to be polite. We are all juniors of the human race. In this dangerous Demon Emperor's mausoleum, we should take care of each other." The two great realm kings were very polite to Fang Chen, not putting on any airs at all. While chatting with the two of them, Fang Chen finally found out about what had happened. He looked inside his body and found that his injuries had basically healed. The two great realm kings were shocked by this. In this regard, Fang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. All of this was thanks to the powerful bloodline power in his body. After absorbing the Emperor blood, the richness of his bloodline power had reached an unimaginable level. It might even reach the level of a bloodline king. The power of his bloodline quickly revolved, quickly repairing his broken bones and damaged internal organs. This was also why Fang Chen didn't die in the turbulent space flow. World Devastation Demon Emperor. Thinking of the World Devastation Demon Emperor, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. "You is my wife. No one can touch her." Fang Chen was roaring in his heart. He secretly swore that if the World Devastation Devil Emperor dared to do anything inappropriate to Yue, no matter where he went, he would kill him. Of course, his current strength was too weak and he was no match for the World Devastation Demon Emperor. "You want me to die in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum?" Fang Chen sneered, his eyes burning with golden light. "I will let you know that this is the final decision you make in this life." Although the Demon Emperor's mausoleum was dangerous, those who entered would most likely die. However, Fang Chen licked his dry lips and prepared to start his cultivation life. Shaking his head, He threw the world devastation demon emperor to the back of his mind. His gaze looked at the two great realm kings beside him. These two people were the realm kings of the eastern region, known as the Black and White Realm Kings. Their strength was outstanding, close to the realm Yang realm. The two of them were emotional people and liked to make friends. Ha ha ha, as expected of the wine refined by the wine god Lu Xingxing. It's really amazing. The White Realm King said with a smile. The Black Realm King also gulped down the soul-refining wine, praising Lu Xingxing. Brother, thank you for the wine. The Black Realm King said. The two of you are my benefactor. What is this bit of wine? Fang Chen smiled. Since the two of you want to explore the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, why don't the three of us travel together? We can take care of each other. Of course. The three of them raised their wine jars and drank to their heart's content. After drinking for half a round, the three of them suddenly stopped drinking. Their ears moved slightly as they heard some strange sounds. What is that sound? Fang Chen was very unfamiliar with the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Relatively speaking, the Black and White Realm Kings knew a little about it. Could it be the resentment of the ancient heroic souls hidden in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum? The Black Realm King asked. The White Realm King shook his head. It shouldn't be. I seem to sense a strong demonic aura. Bang! At this time, not too far away in the wilderness, where Fang Chen had fallen last night, a massive monster appeared. Its fur was like sharp swords and its massive head swayed back and forth as it stared at the earth. Sword energy, a human sword cultivator? The massive monster beast spoke in a low voice. Not too far away, the three people were shocked as they saw this. It's actually a demon sword tiger, and a beast king at that. The White Realm King's complexion changed. A beast king level demon sword tiger had a cultivation comparable to a human world king powerhouse. Its striking power could even reach the world evolution realm. The demon sword tiger's fur is sharper than a weapon's. It loves to absorb the sword energy of a human sword cultivator, so its fur looks just like a sharp sword. The Black Realm King said, it is said that once a demon sword tiger grows to a certain degree, its fur will be comparable to an emperor weapon. It discovered some remnants of sword chi at the spot where Brother Fang fell yesterday. Sure enough, just as the two world kings finished speaking, the massive demon sword tiger turned around and looked at the three of them with its large eyes. It's been a long time since a human martial artist has entered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The three of you are quite brave. Mo Jianhu's gloomy voice resounded. I can sense an extremely powerful sword chi from your body. This sword chi is different from the sword chi I've absorbed in the past. It seems to be sharper and has a majestic aura. It has an invincible aura. The demon sword tiger licked its lips and eerily said, this sort of sword energy is my favorite. As it spoke, it stroked its fur with its claws. My fur is about to transform into an emperor weapon. Your sword energy can help me make a breakthrough. As it spoke, the demon sword tiger strode towards the three people. Dong dong dong. Chapter 3298. Fang Chen turned pale with fright as he carefully sized up the huge demonic sword tiger. When he saw the incomparably sharp fur all over its body, he was incomparably shocked. An emperor weapon could increase one's combat strength, and the dense fur all over the demonic sword tiger's body could grow to its peak and transform into an emperor weapon. This was a terrifying ability. It's too strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If we kill the demonic sword tiger and collect its fur, can we cultivate it into an emperor weapon? Facing Fang Chen's question, the white-clothed realm king shook his head. If it's really possible, then the immemorial chaos emperor weapons would have been overflowing long ago. The reason why its fur can transform into an emperor weapon is that it attaches to the demonic sword tiger's body and constantly absorbs the special power in its body. Once the fur leaves the demonic sword tiger, it will instantly wither and become ordinary fur. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. If what he said was true, then the many experts in the immemorial Chaos Emperor weapon would have already frantically hunted down the demonic sword tiger, and it would be impossible for the latter to survive. However, I once heard a rumor that someone raised the powerful demonic sword tiger in captivity and waited for its fur to transform into an emperor weapon before taking it down. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. There was actually such a person. Of course, Don't even think about it. Rumor has it that the expert is a quasi-emperor level expert. The reason why he can control the demonic sword tiger is because he is proficient in the bloodline Tao and can control the blood in the demonic sword tiger's body. If it were other quasi-emperors, they wouldn't be able to do it. Fang Chen secretly guessed in his heart. Could the legendary quasi-emperor be the bloodline king? However, just as he was guessing, he suddenly felt a wild gust of wind, and then a huge monster appeared in front of him. Let's attack together. The white-clothed Realm King took the lead. He raised his palm and waved it towards the void. Dong dong dong. Void palm prints appeared one after another in the void, bombarding the demonic sword tiger continuously. At the same time, the white-clothed Realm King also displayed his powerful technique. The long white spear in his hand suddenly slashed towards the void. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a bloody wound appeared on the demonic sword tiger's body. Roar. The demonic sword tiger was injured. It raised its head and roared. Its fur stood on end as if it could pierce through the heavens. Restrain it. The two Realm Kings attacked from the left and right, wanting to restrain demonic sword tiger. Although the demon sword tiger is only at the World King realm, its fur is incomparably hard, comparable to a half-step emperor weapon. If we can't imprison it, it will be very difficult to approach it. Fang Chen's mind raced as he quickly thought of a solution. The two of you, I have an idea that can temporarily restrain the demonic sword tiger. However, I need your cooperation. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. What is it? Fang Chen quickly explained his plan to the two World Kings. The two World Kings nodded. All right, let's do that. As his voice faded, the two great Realm Kings crazily attacked, giving demonic sword tiger no time to pay attention to Fang Chen. The latter took advantage of this time to quickly arrange an array. Wang. With a thought, a wild aura of the formation Tao burst out and enveloped the demonic sword tiger's body. Arranging an array with a thought, Fang Chen's attainments in the formation Tao had already stepped into the Emperor realm. For him, he could casually arrange an Emperor realm array. Trap array. Fang Chen lightly shouted, attracting the power of thunder from the 9 heavens and fusing it with his space-time power. An Emperor realm trap array instantly spread out, enveloping the demonic sword tiger and the two World Kings. The two World Kings who were attacking suddenly felt the terror of the array and their expressions changed. However, when they looked at Fang Chen, their expressions eased a lot. Whoosh! With a thought, the two World Kings' bodies shuttled and appeared outside the array. Brother Fang, I didn't expect you to be an array master. The black-clothed World King looked at the demonic sword tiger trapped in the array and grinned. The two of us misjudged you. I didn't expect to meet such a young Emperor realm array master in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Nice to meet you. The white-clothed World King recognized the array and was shocked. He cupped his hands towards Fang Chen. Let's solve the problem in front of us first. Fang Chen pondered and then took a step forward, entering the array. The Emperor Realm array was one with the world and could absorb the power of the world at any time. The demonic sword tiger crazily attacked. All the hair on its body stood up, constantly stabbing at the array but to no avail. Do it. Seeing this, the black and white World Kings also attacked. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A moment later, under the joint attack of the 3 World Kings, the demonic sword tiger let out a roar of unwillingness. Its huge body fell to the ground, losing its vitality. Who? The black and white World Kings took a deep breath and a smile appeared on their faces. This demonic sword tiger's attack power is difficult to find a match in the World King realm. The white-clothed World King sighed. If it weren't for Brother Fang's Emperor realm array, it would have been impossible for us to kill the demonic sword tiger. Yes, Brother Fang is so young and has such attainments in array formations. It really makes me gasp in amazement. The two of them kept praising Fang Chen. Hiss. Fang Chen's eyes noticed the demonic sword tiger's body. The erect hair gradually softened and finally turned into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why was there such a change? The demonic sword tiger's hair is comparable to the strange creatures of the world. It is attached to the demonic sword tiger's huge body. As long as the demonic sword tiger dies, it will automatically collapse. This is also the reason why it is rare to see the demonic sword tiger's hair in the ancient chaos. The white-clothed world king explained. Of course, there are some powerhouses who can use special methods to collect some of the demonic sword tiger's hair the moment it dies. However, such people are few and far between. Fang Chen was a little regretful. If he could obtain the demonic sword tiger's hair and let his hidden star sword absorb it, he might be able to advance further. However, he shook his head. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength and explore the situation of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, if he were to enter a land of death in the dark, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed with his strength. Night fell. On a small hill, 3 people sat cross-legged in front of a pile of flames. Above the flames were pieces of flesh that had been cut off from the demonic sword tiger's body. The demonic sword tiger's flesh and blood contains a type of blood essence. It is a great supplement for martial artists. Brother Fang, eat more. The white-clothed world king smiled as he handed a roasted thigh to Fang Chen. Ever since they saw Fang Chen personally lay down the Emperor Realm array formation, the 2 world kings' attitude towards Fang Chen became even more cordial. From the depths of their hearts, they wanted to befriend Fang Chen. Unfortunately, we were in too much of a hurry and didn't bring any wine. The black-clothed world king took a bite of the meat and regretfully said, with such beautiful scenery, the only thing missing is a jar of good wine. Who? Suddenly, he felt a black shadow appear in front of him. He subconsciously reached out his hand to catch it. When he looked at his palm, he discovered that it was a jar of good wine. This, Fang Chen smiled at him. The black-clothed world king opened the jar of wine and took a sip. Good wine. At this time, Fang Chen also gave a jar to the white-clothed world king. After the latter took a sip, he said, "Of course it's good wine. It came from the hands of the wine god Lu Xingxing, so how could it not be good?" Lu Xingxing. The black-clothed world king was clearly stunned. But after seeing Fang Chen nod, he became even more excited. Ha ha ha, to be able to drink Lu Xingxing's wine in the Demon Emperor's tomb is wonderful. In the pitch-black night, the Demon Emperor's tomb seemed particularly gloomy. In the distant horizon, atop a towering mountain peak, there were 7 boulders. These 7 boulders seemed simple, but they actually contained the might of the heavenly Tao. Upon closer inspection, one could see a child sitting on a boulder in the center. His body was surrounded by a bloodthirsty aura. Voila! He suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the void and looked into the distance. Over there was a streak of fiery light as well as 3 figures. After so many years, I finally see human martial artists. The child's voice was heavy and ancient, as if he were an old man who had experienced endless years of loneliness. The Demon Emperor placed me in the Demon Emperor's tomb so that I could cultivate here and break through the limits of life and death. I could absorb the souls of ancient heroes to increase my combat strength and unearth my potential. The child said, "But, after so many years, I have tried every method to cultivate, but I have been unable to step into the quasi-emperor realm." Speaking of this, the child smiled eerily. The array formation that person arranged actually contains a trace of a natural array formation. If I can capture him and obtain his insights into the Tao of arrays, then combined with this 7-stone array formation, I might be able to step into the Emperor realm. With the Tao of arrays as the foundation, I can arrange the soul-capturing array. Among the ancient heroes in the Demon Emperor's tomb, who would be able to resist my might? Hee. The child's smile was eerie and terrifying. He licked his dry lips and slowly got up. The 7-stone array formation under his feet suddenly began to operate. The 7 boulders constantly moved and a powerful force arose spontaneously. Crack! A crisp sound came from the 7-stone array formation. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of the child. However, this person's body was stiff and there was no light in his eyes. "I have nurtured you for so many years. It is time for you to work for me." The child raised his palm and gently tapped the stiff figure's head. Then, he said, "Bring that young man to me. Kill the other 2. The stiff figure nodded and then turned to leave. He did not say a word from beginning to end. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this person was a battle puppet. Moreover, he was a legendary saintly source battle puppet. He had only learned about it from Qing Hu. The child looked in the direction that the saintly source battle puppet had disappeared, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Soon, in 3 more years, I will be able to completely control the 7-stone array formation. At that time, I will be able to leave this place. Battle intent surged from his body. When he controlled the 7-stone array formation, he would dominate the Demon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 3299. Demon Emperor's Tomb. Darkness covered the earth. A crescent moon hung in the skies. Faint traces of moonlight illuminated the earth, illuminating the desolation of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Deep in the night, one could faintly hear the roars of beasts coming from deep within the mountains. One could also hear the unwillingness and anger of the ancient heroic spirits lingering in one's ears. The entire void was filled with a gloomy aura, as if it gave off an incomparably oppressive feeling. In front of a bonfire, Fang Chen and the other 2 were sitting cross-legged, drinking wine. They had already been in the Demon Emperor's tomb for several days. Although they didn't completely understand it, they had at least gained a little understanding of it. During the day, we sensed the aura of the ancient heroic spirit. It should be in that mountain not too far away. The black-clothed World King thought for a moment, his eyes flashing with light. In the Demon Emperor's tomb, the night is the most dangerous. The resentment of the ancient heroic spirit will erupt. Once we fall into a crisis, it will be difficult to escape unscathed. The white-clothed World King nodded. So, we will first endure this night and wait for dawn to arrive. Wherever an ancient heroic spirit was, there was bound to be a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth. Fang Chen nodded. He also felt how terrifying the Demon Emperor's tomb was. In these past days, they had already encountered no less than 10 World King-level monster beasts. There was even one time when they encountered a monster beast at the Area Lord level. That monster beast was far too strong. Even with the 3 of them joining forces, they still weren't able to kill it. In the end, by relying on Fang Chen's great rock movement technique as well as his formidable attainments in the Tao of space and time, they were barely able to escape. Who? Thinking back to that battle, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The monster race's supernatural abilities were formidable. At the same boundary, they were countless times stronger than humans. A monster at the Area Lord level had a combat strength infinitely close to that of a quasi-emperor. The Demon Emperor's tomb is extremely large. We should only be in the outermost perimeter, otherwise we wouldn't have encountered so much danger. The black-clothed World King said. Sho sho sho. As the 3 of them were chatting, Fang Chen's ears twitched. His divine sense instantly spread out, covering the surrounding void. Someone's here? He stood up and said in a deep voice. The 2 World Kings were surprised. This was because they hadn't sensed anyone approaching. What a strange aura. Fang Chen's primordial spirit could clearly sense a black shadow rapidly approaching. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a violent attack suddenly descended from the sky. Rip. His body moved a few meters in the air. When he steadied himself and turned his head to look, he was shocked to find that where he was just now, the void had been torn apart, and the ground had collapsed. A very deep crater had appeared. An icy cold aura wreaked havoc in the crater. Who? The white-clothed World King coldly asked as he looked around. The black-clothed World King's aura rose, ready to attack at any moment. In the darkness, a black figure gradually appeared. His expression was wooden as he stared fixedly at Fang Chen. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The white-clothed Realm King asked. However, the black figure remained indifferent and did not even look at him. From the beginning to the end, the black shadow's gaze had been fixed on Fang Chen. Something's not right. Fang Chen seemed to have discovered something. His expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed. War puppet, a sacred source war puppet. Let's go. Fang Chen roared loudly. Hearing this, the 2 Realm Kings did not hesitate. Their figures flickered and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Bang! Seeing that Fang Chen was about to escape, the sacred source war puppet attacked. He waved the iron rod in his hand, tearing the sky apart and smashing it in front of Fang Chen. Dong. Although Fang Chen used the rock movement technique to dodge, he was still hit by the iron rod. Fortunately, his physical body had broken through to the Emperor realm, so he was able to withstand the sacred source war puppet's attack. Damn it, who is it that has a sacred source war puppet? In the next second, Fang Chen used the rock movement technique to the extreme and escaped into the void. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. A sacred source war puppet was a legendary war puppet. In the path of puppetry, the most powerful war puppet was the legendary Emperor Source war puppet. The next level was the sacred source war puppet. In order to refine a sacred source war puppet, one had to be at least at the domain lord level. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. A puppet master at the domain lord level was much more dangerous than a martial artist at the domain lord level. The Demon Emperor's mausoleum was indeed fraught with danger. However, he couldn't understand why the master of the sacred source war puppet would attack them. What was going on? Boom. As he fled, he sensed a majestic force descending from the sky. Swish. With a flip of his palm, the power of time and space emerged. His body disappeared in an instant, causing the iron rod to miss again. Escape in 3 different directions. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to the 2 world kings. A sacred source war puppet had an endless amount of battle power. Unless one had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor, one would be able to suppress it. Otherwise, just fighting it would exhaust one's strength. In this dangerous Demon Emperor's mausoleum, one naturally couldn't do such a foolish thing. Of course, what Fang Chen was most wary of was the person behind the sacred source war puppet. The 3 of them fled in 3 different directions. However, Fang Chen discovered that the sacred source war puppet's target had always been him. Could it be the world devastator Demon Emperor? Fang Chen thought to himself. Besides the world devastator Demon Emperor, no one else knew that he had entered the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Moreover, the Demon Emperor's mausoleum was the world devastator Demon Emperor's territory. That must be it. No matter who the person behind the sacred source war puppet was, Fang Chen was certain that it was the world devastator Demon Emperor's subordinate. Although the sacred source war puppet was strong, it would be very difficult for it to kill Fang Chen alone. If Fang Chen attacked with all his strength, he would be able to contend with it. However, Fang Chen was worried about the real mastermind. He should be in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. Therefore, only by getting rid of the sacred source war puppet would he be safe. However, the sacred source war puppet had already recorded Fang Chen's aura. As long as it wasn't destroyed, it would continue to chase after him. As he flew, Fang Chen racked his brains to come up with a solution. Flying blindly in the dark was very dangerous. Once he entered a dangerous place, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Fang Chen activated his primordial spirit as much as possible. His powerful divine sense spread out in a radius of 100 miles, carefully sensing every movement in his surroundings. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion as the iron cudgel pierced through the air and blasted toward Fang Chen. Buzz! Fang Chen blocked the iron cudgel's attack and found that the sacred source war puppet had appeared behind him. He felt that the sacred source war puppet had changed. Its core flickered with a dazzling light and its entire body was scorching hot. It was instantly enveloped in flames. Oh no, this is a sacred source flame. Seeing this, Fang Chen cried out in shock. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed forward as fast as he could. In the darkness, an ancient voice sounded in Fang Chen's ears. The ruined city will eventually be recovered by me. The voice was very hoarse, as if it had traveled through endless time and space and came from the distant past. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The next moment, he felt that his primordial spirit was being pulled by a great force. Then, he lost consciousness. Rip! His body disappeared into thin air. A resentful spirit that soared into the sky appeared in front of the sacred source war puppet. Scram! An angry roar came from the resentful spirit. Terrifying waves of chi forced the sacred source war puppet to retreat. By the time the sacred source war puppet stabilized its body, There was no trace of Fang Chen. The sacred source war puppet stood in the darkness, its eyes moving, but there was no sign of life. After a long while, it turned and left. Its target was the Black and White Realm Kings. On a distant mountain peak, above the Seven-Stone Array. The child had witnessed the process of Fang Chen's escape. When he saw Fang Chen disappear into thin air, he said eerily, "An ancient heroic spirit?" He had not expected to encounter an ancient heroic spirit in the process of capturing Fang Chen. In the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, the ancient heroic spirits were the most difficult to deal with. In ancient times, they had died crying injustice. After countless years, their resentful spirits were overflowing. The only way to devour them was to control the Seven-Stone Array. As for Fang Chen, he was taken away by one of the ancient heroic souls. As for where he had been taken to, he had no idea. "H, consider yourself lucky," the child said coldly. The child coldly said. After which, he sent a message to the Saint Origin battle puppet, asking it to capture the remaining two. After that, he would think of a way to find traces of Fang Chen. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the Seven-Stone Array. The 7 giant stones slowly rotated, emitting a powerful light that enveloped the child. The darkness gradually faded and the sky became bright. The Demon Emperor's mausoleum was as gloomy as ever. Fang Chen's whereabouts were unknown and the sacred source war puppet was chasing after the 2 realm kings. Bang! At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, a figure fell to the ground, causing dust to fly. Clang! A giant axe also fell to the ground. The man's hair was disheveled and he looked barbaric. His clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dust. He picked up the giant axe and looked at the void helplessly. "Master, you also know that my strength is too weak, but you still brought me to such a dangerous place. Could it be that you want me to throw away my life? Disciple, your body contains the barbarian emperor's bloodline. In this mausoleum, there is the inheritance left behind by the barbarian emperor. If you can obtain it, you will definitely be able to awaken the barbarian emperor's bloodline and become the new barbarian emperor." In the void, an old man with a white beard appeared. "Master naturally knows the dangers of the demon emperor's mausoleum. But for you, no matter how dangerous it is, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, with Master here, you won't lose your life. You said it yourself. Even a domain lord might not be able to leave alive after entering the mausoleum. You have just stepped into the domain lord level," the barbarian said with a look of disdain. That's right, the man with the giant axe was Fang Chen's good brother, the barbarian. After Fang Chen left the ancient Saint Chaos, his strength gradually increased and he came to the immemorial chaos to explore. Later on, he met his master. "Don't worry, even if Master dies, I will not let the barbarian emperor's bloodline go extinct." The white-bearded old man's eyes were deep as he looked ahead and muttered. Chapter 3300. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming soul Dao power surrounding his body, completely sealing off his surroundings. Most importantly, his primordial spirit of the Emperor realm actually felt a trace of fear. "What's going on? Where am I?" Fang Chen exclaimed. He clearly remembered that he was being chased by the sacred source battle puppet, but he could not remember what happened after that. Now, how did he appear in such an unfamiliar place? Hiss. The vast soul Dao power was constantly squeezing his body, and he felt that his breathing was a little hurried. "The ruined city will eventually be recovered by me." Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded in his ear. This voice seemed to contain an extremely strong resentment. Wait a minute. Fang Chen was stunned. Why did he feel that this sentence was somewhat familiar? His mind turned and he suddenly understood. "It's him, the ancient heroic spirit." Fang Chen exclaimed. "The ruined city will eventually be recovered by me." Still repeating this sentence, a remnant spirit appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Senior." Fang Chen said with difficulty. "Immortal?" A surprised voice came from the remnant spirit. In an instant, Fang Chen felt that his body was no longer restrained by a strong force, and he was able to move freely. The violent soul Dao power around him was also no longer squeezing his primordial spirit. The ancient heroic spirit walked around Fang Chen's body, and the latter was shocked to find that the immortal star power in his body was surging out uncontrollably. When the ancient heroic spirit sensed the immortal star power, the remnant spirit seemed to be a little excited. "Are you the successor of the immortal emperor?" the remnant spirit asked. "Senior, I accidentally obtained the immortal emperor's legacy. Although I have never met him, I can be considered half a disciple," Fang Chen answered truthfully. Hearing this, the remnant thought calmed down and a sigh was heard. "I didn't expect that the little kid called Immortal back then had reached the sovereign realm." Sensing the immortal star power in Fang Chen's body, the ancient heroic spirit already knew that the immortal emperor had reached the true emperor realm, transcended all life, and became a sovereign. Unfortunately, he didn't see it with his own eyes. However, in Fang Chen's ears, his words were exceptionally shocking. "Baby!" Fang Chen cried out. From the ancient hero soul's words, it was clear that the immortal emperor had not stepped into the emperor realm when the ancient hero soul was still alive. At that time, the immortal emperor was just a junior with great potential in front of the ancient hero soul. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. The ancient heroic soul in front of him was not from the ancient era. It might have come from the chaotic era or the Eon era. Haha, since you are the successor of the immortal child, you naturally know where he is now, the ancient hero soul asked. Fang Chen shook his head, somewhat at a loss. "To be honest, I don't know if the immortal emperor is still alive." No one in the world has seen the immortal emperor since the Battle of Gods in ancient times. There are even rumors that the immortal emperor may have fallen in the Battle of Gods. Fang Chen murmured. Sigh. The ancient hero soul sighed. Everything in the world was no match for the cycle of time. Even if you were extremely powerful, you would still turn into a pile of dirt in the end. However, I think that the rumors are most likely false. Fang Chen had received the immortal emperor's inheritance and had even entered the immortal academy of creation. He believed that the rumors in the outside world were not correct. The immortal emperor had most likely become a sovereign after the Battle of Gods. However, where had the immortal emperor gone? After becoming a sovereign, who in the ancient chaos era could defeat him? All kinds of guesses flashed through his mind. Forget it, let's not talk about him. The ancient hero soul seemed to be a little tired. His remnant consciousness swayed and then said, "The demon emperor's mausoleum is extremely dangerous. There are countless resentful spirits like me. Most of them died tragically and their primordial spirits did not dissipate after death. As time passed, their resentment grew deeper and deeper until they fell into the demon Tao. Therefore, you are very lucky to have met me." Fang Chen was shocked. "In my heart, my obsession is too deep. Time has eroded my remnant consciousness, but it did not erase the final obsession in my heart." The ancient hero soul said, "Tianyuan City was destroyed in my hands. I feel extremely guilty." Fang Chen was stunned. So this was the ancient hero soul's obsession. It was no wonder that he kept saying that he would eventually recover the ruined city. "Senior, what can I do?" Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Senior should be a peerless hero of the human race. You have made great contributions to the human race. After death, you should not be unknown and forgotten by the world." The remnant consciousness jumped and said, "This is the Soul Tao world I created. I brought you here because you are a junior of the human race and are related to the immortal emperor. The second reason is that I have a little selfishness. I want you to help me rebuild Tianyuan City." Although Fang Chen did not know what Tianyuan City was like in the past, he still agreed. "Senior, don't worry. If I can walk out of the demon monarch's tomb alive, I will definitely fulfill your wish," Fang Chen said. The remnant consciousness said, "Tianyuan City is very important. With your current strength, once you build it, you will definitely be blocked by various secret forces. When you have the strength of an emperor, it will not be too late to rebuild Tianyuan City." Speaking of this, the remnant consciousness attached to Fang Chen's body. "I have existed in this demon monarch's tomb for countless years. My strength has been exhausted. The only thing I can help you with is my familiarity with the demon monarch's tomb and the last trace of my remnant consciousness." Speaking of this, The remnant consciousness instantly drilled into Fang Chen's mind and merged perfectly with his Emperor Realm primordial spirit. Buzz. In Fang Chen's mind, small, densely packed words appeared in that instant. Scanning with his divine sense, he found that these words actually recorded the situation of Chenyuan City and the map of the demon monarch's tomb. After a long while, Fang Chen finished reading the records of Chenyuan City and was shocked. He did not expect Chenyuan City to be one of the 8 great cities of the primordial chaos. When this heroic spirit was alive, it was the lord of Chenyuan City and was known as one of the 8 most powerful emperors of the primordial chaos. Emperor Realm. Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. The destruction of Chenyuan City was complicated and there were too many enemies. The ancient heroic spirit warned Fang Chen that unless he had the strength of a quasi-emperor, he could rebuild Chenyuan City. Otherwise, it would bring about great trouble. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely rebuild Chenyuan City. The reason why Fang Chen agreed so readily was partly because this remnant thought had saved his life. Although a mere Saint Origin battle puppet could not kill him, if he was entangled with it for too long, it was very likely that he would encounter unknown dangers. Secondly, the remnant consciousness had merged the last trace of its soul Dao power into his Emperor Realm primordial spirit and even gave him a map of the demon monarch's tomb. To Fang Chen, this was the most important thing. Rumble. The moment the remnant consciousness disappeared, the soul Dao world collapsed. In an instant, Fang Chen appeared in a valley filled with death qi. This is the Valley of the Dead Spirits. After a brief search on the map, Fang Chen knew that he was in a place called the Valley of the Dead Spirits. A map is too important in the demon monarch's tomb. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly and was extremely excited. Master, there are so many demon sword tigers. Why didn't you kill them all? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's ear. Cut the crap. A stern voice sounded. Then, the voice from before sounded again. Master, why did you bring me here? This valley is filled with death qi. One look and I can tell it's a dangerous place. There's someone here. Fang Chen frowned. Few people of the primordial chaos dared to step into the demon monarch's tomb. However, ever since he was exiled by the world devastator demon monarch, he had encountered several human race cultivators. He was a little surprised. Buzz. His divine sense spread out and shrouded the entire Valley of the Dead Spirits. In an instant, he saw an old man with a white beard walking over slowly with a boorish man holding a battle axe. The white-bearded old man who was walking paused for a moment, as if he had sensed a divine sense probing them. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen walked step by step toward the entrance of the Valley of the Dead Spirits. His body trembled and his face was full of excitement. Who are you? Please show yourself. The white-bearded old man stopped, looked around, and said in a deep voice. His face was a little gloomy. He blocked the barbarian behind him and his aura fluctuated, ready to attack at any time. Master. The barbarian called out. Be careful. There are experts spying on us secretly, the white-bearded old man said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Fang Chen walking over from afar. The white-bearded old man frowned and his dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. Who are you? Why are you spying on us secretly? The white-bearded old man asked. However, Fang Chen did not pay attention to his question. Instead, he approached them directly. Stop. If you don't speak, don't blame me for being impolite, the white-bearded old man warned. In this mausoleum of the demon emperor, he could not trust anyone, let alone someone he had never met before. Moreover, the white-bearded old man had personally sensed how terrifying Fang Chen's primordial spirit was. Even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. With such an expert approaching them, he was naturally very vigilant. In a while, I will attack. Stay away, the white-bearded old man turned back and instructed. However, when he looked back, the barbarian had already run away. He looked around and suddenly found that the barbarian was also running toward the mysterious person. Disciple, be careful. He thought that the barbarian's primordial spirit had been corroded and was out of control. Therefore, he was furious and directly attacked Fang Chen. However, when he stepped on the air and was about to attack with endless anger, he saw a very funny scene. Fang Chen and the barbarian quickly approached until they were face to face. Then, the two of them stretched out their arms and hugged each other tightly. The sudden change made the white-bearded old man a little confused. Ha ha ha, good brother, I'm so happy to see you here. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I missed you so much. The two of them were very excited and their faces were full of smiles. After not seeing each other for so many years, their brotherly love was fully displayed. The white-bearded old man's eyes widened and he was a little stunned. Good brother, he forcibly withdrew the attack he had thrown out and dispersed the power in his body. He landed on the side and watched quietly. Chapter 3301. He remembered that back then, the two of them had braved through fire and water, roaming the pugilistic world. After so many years, they were excited to meet again in this dangerous mausoleum of the Demon Emperor. The two of them hugged each other tightly. All of their brotherly love was in this big hug. The void was silent. A gentle breeze blew by, as if witnessing the brotherly love between the two. The white-bearded old man did not disturb the scene at this moment, allowing the two of them to vent their emotions over the years. Good brother. The barbarian threw the giant axe in his hand to the ground with a clang, his face full of excitement. Fang Chen was naturally very excited. He carefully sized up the barbarian. After so many years, the latter had not changed much. In front of the barbarian, Fang Chen still looked so petite. After a long time, the two of them gradually calmed down. All these years, ever since I met Master, I've been asking about your whereabouts, but I haven't heard any news about you. At that time, I was wondering when I would meet you again. I didn't expect that we brothers would meet in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, ha ha ha. The barbarian let go of Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed loudly. Suddenly, he patted his head and said, Right, I forgot to introduce you. This is my master. The barbarian pointed at the white-bearded old man beside him. Only then did Fang Chen notice him. He cupped his fists and said, Senior. Good disciple, this good brother of yours is not simple. The white-bearded old man was an expert at the domain lord level. He could see that Fang Chen was extraordinary at a glance and sighed. Of course. Ever since we met, this brother of mine has never disappointed me. His potential is unprecedented. In the future, he will definitely step onto the peak of the primordial chaos. The barbarian said heroically. In the following time, the two of them chatted for a long time. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them briefly talked about their experiences. The barbarian was fine. His journey was smooth, and he almost did not encounter any great danger. After meeting his master, he was protected by his master, who was afraid that the barbarian emperor's bloodline in his body would be completely extinguished. This time, bringing him into the demon emperor's mausoleum, he had thought about it for a long time. In the end, he decided to give it a try. If they could obtain the inheritance of the barbarian emperor, the barbarian race would undergo a qualitative transformation. They might even be able to fully activate the barbarian emperor's bloodline hidden in their bodies. If he succeeded, he would definitely be able to recreate the glory of the barbarian emperor. The white-bearded old man was a subordinate of the barbarian emperor back then. After countless years, he finally awoke from his slumber. His injuries were too severe, causing his cultivation to drop. He worked hard to recultivate, and it was not long ago that he stepped into the realm of an area lord. Only now did he have the confidence to bring his disciple into the demon emperor's tomb. By the way, why did you enter the devil emperor's mausoleum alone? The barbarians were very clear about the dangers of the demon emperor's tomb. Even if they were experts at the level of an area lord, they would not be willing to enter it easily. Suddenly, the barbarian felt the aura emanating from Fang Chen's body. His eyes widened and he excitedly said, You broke through to the World King realm? After he finished speaking, he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and complimented him. You are truly worthy of being my good brother. I never thought that after not seeing you for so many years, you would actually step into the World King realm. You are too fierce. The white-bearded old man also praised Fang Chen. He even felt that he couldn't see through this fellow in front of him. However, Even if you have reached the World King realm, wandering through the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is still very dangerous. The barbarian said after a moment of excitement. Fang Chen shook his head. An icy killing intent flashed in his deep eyes. Then, he looked up at the barbarian and said, I was exiled here by the World Devastation Demon Emperor. What? Hearing this, the barbarian and his master were both shocked. Exiled here by a quasi-emperor powerhouse? This matter is a long story. In short, all you need to know is that there is an irreconcilable hatred between me and the World Devastation Demon Emperor. Fang Chen briefly explained. He didn't want to speak too much about his wife, Star and Moon. After all, his wife, Star and Moon, was the reincarnation of the ancient Star Emperor. This news was too shocking. Now that his wife had not recovered her cultivation from her previous life, once this news spread out, it would have a great impact on her. This was naturally not something that Fang Chen wanted to see. Humph, what is a quasi-emperor? Who dares to offend my brother? One day, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. The barbarian said heroically. My good disciple, when we go out, you must not say that. The white-bearded old man was shocked and hurriedly said, the methods of a quasi-emperor powerhouse are not something that we can imagine. If outsiders know that you dare to insult a quasi-emperor powerhouse like this, it will definitely bring about a fatal disaster. The barbarian put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder and said, Good brother, although we are not a quasi-emperor's match now, I believe that in the future, if you and I join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat a quasi-emperor. The barbarian was full of confidence. Fang Chen looked at him and nodded heavily. The two brothers naturally had endless things to talk about when they reunited. After chatting, Fang Chen found out that his brother had the bloodline of the barbarian emperor. There is the bloodline of the barbarian emperor in the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. Late at night, the three sat cross-legged in departed Spirit Valley. The entrance of the valley had already been completely covered by the Emperor Realm formation that Fang Chen had set up. Before Master died, his remnant will was sucked into the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. The white-bearded old man muttered, I am sure that before Master died, he must have left behind an inheritance. Speaking of the barbarian emperor, the white-bearded old man was slightly sad. When Fang Chen heard this, he frowned slightly. He noticed the word sucked from the white-bearded old man's mouth. Senior, even if the barbarian emperor was seriously injured and his primordial spirit shattered, leaving only a wisp of remnant will, he is not someone that ordinary people can stop. Why would he be sucked into the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? All along, Fang Chen had suspected that there was a pair of invisible hands controlling the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. Otherwise, why would so many ancient heroic souls all enter the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? The existence of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum was very strange and very old. Even the immortal emperor did not know its origin. In ancient times, the Demon Imperial Mausoleum was very terrifying. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. The white-bearded old man said, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands behind the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. Back then, many boundary emperors and emperor realm rulers had joined forces to explore it, but they found nothing. Later, they suspected that the one controlling the Demon Imperial Mausoleum was most likely the Supreme Law. What? Fang Chen and the barbarians were shocked. The Supreme Law controlling the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? What was the purpose of absorbing so many ancient heroic souls? After the Battle of the Ancient Gods, the Demon Imperial Mausoleum gradually disappeared and almost no longer made a move. And in ancient times and even further eras, as long as a boundary emperor or emperor realm ruler died, their remnant would definitely be sucked into the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. They couldn't even resist. At that time, this set off a stormy wave. Many emperors and boundary emperors explored the Demon Imperial Mausoleum, but in the end, they found nothing. This matter was left unsettled just like that. Now, with the arrival of the Age of Chaos, the Demon Imperial Mausoleum's existence is even lower. Only world god-level powerhouses have heard of it. But they don't know the true horror of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum, only that it is an extremely dangerous place. The white-bearded old man continued. Then what about the world devastator Demon Emperor? Fang Chen asked. The outside world says that the Demon Imperial Mausoleum is the World Devastator Demon Emperor's territory, but in reality, it's not like that at all. A mere boundary emperor wants to control the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. How is that possible? The white-bearded old man snorted. He just occupied the demon domain, and the Demon Imperial Mausoleum happened to be in the demon domain, giving others an illusion. And as a boundary emperor powerhouse, he couldn't be bothered to explain it to the world. Over time, the news spread. Fang Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. At the same time, doubts appeared in the depths of his mind. It seemed that the Demon Imperial Mausoleum was much more terrifying than the legends. Forget it, let's not talk about this. If we want to explore the truth of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum, only rulers are qualified. We are too weak, so it's useless to think about it. The white-bearded old man said self-deprecatingly. Fang Chen nodded and didn't continue to discuss this matter. Instead, he asked, "By the way, Senior, your goal this time is the Barbarian Emperor's inheritance. Do you know the approximate location of the Barbarian Emperor's inheritance?" The white-bearded old man shook his head. "I'm not sure. I can only rely on the Barbarian Emperor's bloodline in my disciple's body to sense it. However, if I have a map of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum, I'm 70% sure that I can accurately find the place where my master died." Map of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Then, with a thought, wisps of Soul Dao power were released from his mind, instantly condensing into a map in the void. On the map, starlight flickered, there were winding lines and uneven hills. This is... The barbarian was puzzled. Not long ago, I was chased by a saintly source battle puppet and was accidentally brought into his Soul Dao world by an ancient heroic spirit. Before his remnant consciousness dissipated, he gave me this map of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. Fang Chen said. Map of the Demon Imperial Mausoleum? That's great. The white-bearded old man was very happy. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would have such a precious thing on him. Whoosh. The white-bearded old man shook his wrist and stored the map in his mind. Then, he began to study it. A few days later, the white-bearded old man suddenly opened his eyes. Found it, he said excitedly. The Soul Dao map in front of him appeared. He pointed at a bumpy area and said, "This area is called Tiger Hill Ridge. The inheritance left behind by my master is very likely to be here." Seeing that Fang Chen and the barbarian were puzzled, he explained, "My master had a demon emperor friend when he was alive. That demon emperor was a member of a tiger clan. This Tiger Hill Ridge is related to the tiger clan. If my master is looking for a place to rest, he will definitely come here." This was the white-bearded old man's deduction. Although they didn't know whether it was accurate or not, at least it pointed out a path for them. "In that case, let's set off for Tiger Hill Ridge." Fang Chen said, "I'll go with you so that we can look after each other on the way." Chapter 3302. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Fang Chen was banished to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum by the World Devastator Demon Emperor. During this time, the Light Domain had been very quiet. The clone of the Heavenly Light Domain Lord was so scared that he did not dare to appear and went into hiding. No one knew that in a secret place in the Light Domain, there was a towering mountain peak that reached into the clouds, and on this mountain peak was a former boundary emperor. The Star Emperor. In ancient times, the Star Emperor was an existence that was on par with the Sky One Sword Emperor and the Void Primogenitor. With a wave of his hand, he could control the sun, moon, and stars. His control over the stars had reached an unimaginable level. There were even rumors that the Star Emperor's innate ability could control all the stars in the primordial chaos. Just the thought of it was terrifying. However, when the Star Emperor was seriously injured, in order to take the last step, he resolutely reincarnated and cultivated again. In this life, she had awakened her memories, and the comprehension of the two lives had merged, allowing her to comprehend a trace of the supreme law. Rip. Starlight flickered, illuminating the entire sky, and specks of light shrouded the entire mountain peak. In the center of the mountain peak, a purple-robed figure slowly rose. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked up into the distance. Her mind was filled with the image of her husband, and she was very worried. It's been a year. I wonder how Brother Chen is doing. Star and Moon's red lips opened slightly as she muttered. She knew better than anyone how dangerous the Demon Emperor's mausoleum was. However, her strength had not recovered to the Boundary Emperor level, and she could not stop the World Devastator Demon Emperor, nor could she let him know about her relationship with Brother Chen. Otherwise, given the World Devastator Demon Emperor's character, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. Congratulations, Master, for comprehending the Tao of Stars again and recovering to the Domain Lord level. The black-robed elder stood behind Star and Moon with a smile, leaning on his walking stick. After cultivating for 2 lives, Master's comprehension of the Tao of Stars has become stronger. Now, with the combination of the 2 lives, your attainments in the Tao of Stars have reached an even higher level. It won't be long before Master recovers to the Boundary Emperor level. The black-robed elder continued. At that time, Master can, the purple-robed Star and Moon gently nodded. I'm going to continue my closed-door training. I won't come out until I reach the Quasi-Emperor realm. Protect me and don't let the World Devastator Devil Emperor disturb me again, Star and Moon said. Blood Realm, Rongjue Manor. Realm King Rongjue stood respectfully in his study. In front of him stood the Monster King. That's all? The Monster King asked. Lord Monster King, I have already tried my best, World King Rongjue hastily said. Fiddling with the scarlet blood bead in his hand, the Demon King revealed a brilliant smile. Since you've helped me find the blood orbs, I can spare your life, and I won't leak the news of you colluding with the corpse demon. But you have to swear a martial oath and serve me from now on, the Demon King said in a deep voice. World King Rongjue's complexion changed. After thinking for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. I'm willing to serve Lord Demon King. Very good. From today onwards, you will manage the Blood Realm for me. Once you find traces of the corpse demon, immediately report it to the upper echelons of the human race and send troops to encircle and annihilate it, the Demon King ordered. Definitely. World King Rongjue swore a martial oath. A powerful force was imprinted in his primordial spirit, causing him to be even more in awe of the Demon King. Damned corpse demon, causing me to fall into such a state. I, World King Rongjue, swear that I will destroy you all in my life. World King Rongjue had already buried a fuse in his heart, waiting for the corpse demon to appear. In fact, World King Rongjue also thought of attacking the Demon King. After all, as a World King powerhouse, he didn't want to be controlled by others. However, the Demon King was too strong, and he didn't have any confidence. After settling the matters of the Blood Realm, the Demon King quietly left. Day after day, the Blood Realm was quiet and operated normally. However, everyone felt more and more depressed, like the silence before the storm, which was very frightening. For this reason, World King Rongjue also increased the patrols to prevent the corpse demon from attacking. As for the Demon King, he went to the mysterious place mentioned by the Bloodline King. Divine Blood City. It was an extremely cold place in the northern region. This place was almost at the edge of the northern region. In the eyes of the world, this was a barren land. It was too cold, and the primordial spirits of those below the Emperor realm would instantly freeze. Therefore, this place was desolate and snowy all year round. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Demon King stood on the snow-white wasteland. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of white, and he couldn't see the end. Divine Blood City should be up ahead. The Demon King pondered and then continued forward. A powerful bloodline power surrounded his body, resisting the invasion of the cold air. After walking for about 6 hours, he finally saw a city. Looking from afar, this city was faintly discernible. Surprisingly, no snowflakes landed on the city. Even though the sky was filled with snow, not a single snowflake landed in the city. Divine Blood City. The Demon King clenched his fists and said excitedly. After a year, he finally found Divine Blood City. As expected of the Bloodline King. He actually built Divine Blood City here. How amazing. After a short moment of excitement, the Demon King couldn't help but sigh. Divine Blood City, as the name suggested, contained divine blood. Divine Blood City was the Bloodline King's lair. He left many things for the only candidate. Thud thud thud. After a while, the Demon King appeared in front of Divine Blood City. At this moment, he turned his head and found that there was nothing behind him. The falling snow had disappeared. Soon, the Demon King understood that the Divine Blood City was located in an independent space. Buzz. He could clearly feel that the bloodline power in his body was abnormally active, as if it was about to erupt. Blood bead. With a shake of his hand, the blood bead landed in his palm. Dong. The moment the blood bead appeared, it resonated with the power inside Divine Blood City, producing a deafening sound. At this moment, in Divine Blood City, a few old fellows, including the fire demon True Lord, were chatting when they suddenly felt Divine Blood City shake. Then, they spread out their divine senses and saw the scene outside Divine Blood City. That guy is here. Ha ha ha, blood bead. He found the blood bead. Wind demon, thunder demon, stop sleeping. Come out quickly. The fire demon True Lord shouted at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, countless powerful auras came from all directions of Divine Blood City. What happened? In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people arrived in front of the fire demon True Lord and the others. Look, the fire demon True Lord pointed at the city gate. The fire demon True Lord pointed at the city gate. Everyone present was a top expert at the Domain Lord level. They were only one step away from the Boundary Emperor realm. They instantly noticed Fang Chen and the blood bead in his palm. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed wildly. They had lived here for countless years. Ever since the Bloodline King left, they had never left. They obeyed the Bloodline King's orders and were not allowed to leave Divine Blood City unless they had no other choice. The Bloodline King also said that one day, his candidate would come with the blood bead. At that time, Divine Blood City would reappear in the world. They had waited for so long. I have waited for this day for too long. Rumble. The person who spoke was Thunder Demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning in the sky flashed as if cheering. Thunder Demon, do you have to be like this? The fire demon True Lord mocked. PH, you're just making sarcastic remarks. You've left Divine Blood City several times. Have we left too? Thunder Demon complained. Who asked you to be unable to control your temper? Back then, Master set the rules because he was afraid that after you went out, your temper would erupt and cause trouble. True Monarch Fire Demon said. The Fire Demon True Lord waved his hand. Stop arguing. Let's see if this guy can open the seal of Divine Blood City. Outside Divine Blood City, the Beast King had no idea that the Fire Demon True Lord and the others were watching him. Rip. He held the blood bead tightly in his hand. The bloodline power in his body circulated wildly as he recited the mantra left by the Bloodline King. Blood-red aura surged wildly from the blood bead and entered the seal of Divine Blood City. Dong. 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 As time passed, Divine Blood City shook more and more violently. The Fire Demon True Lord and the others became even more excited. Seeing this, the Beast King heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he increased his strength and continued to activate the blood bead. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days later, the blood bead's power was completely depleted. Crack. The blood bead in his hand dimmed and showed signs of cracking. Soon, it shattered. At this moment, the true appearance of Divine Blood City was finally revealed. Whoosh. A blood-red light shot out from Divine Blood City and into the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha. Hearty laughter came from the Divine Blood City. The Demon King raised his head and discovered that more than 20 elders had already surrounded him. Just as he was puzzled, the Fire Demon True Lord patted him on the shoulder. You didn't disappoint me. Junior greets the Fire Demon True Lord. The Beast King hurriedly cupped his fists. You've already received the Master's approval and opened the seal of Divine Blood City. You don't have to be so polite. The Fire Demon True Lord said. That's right. You're now half the Master of Divine Blood City. Once you fully control Divine Blood City, you'll be our new master. The Fire Demon True Lord said. The other elders nodded in agreement. When everyone brought the Beast King into Divine Blood City, the entire primordial chaos was in an uproar. Divine blood descending from the heavens shocked the primordial chaos. The moment this shocking phenomenon appeared, many top experts of the major factions looked in a certain direction. In their minds, they thought of a terrifying legend. Not long after, a piece of news spread rapidly in the primordial chaos. Divine Blood City had appeared. The expressions of many experts changed. Did the appearance of Divine Blood City mean the return of the bloodline monarch? This was of great importance to the chaotic situation in the primordial chaos. Chapter 3303. The Mausoleum of the Demon Monarch. Darkness, desolation, silence, and slaughter. This was the mausoleum of the demon monarch where Fang Chen was. The cold wind rustled, blowing against his cheeks, causing them to ache. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of his skin as he tried his best to resist the powerful corrosive power that permeated the void. After countless years of evolution, the mausoleum of the demon monarch was no longer the same as before. Countless ancient heroic souls were scattered in it. These heroic souls had died an unnatural death and did not die in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, their hearts were filled with anger. Even if only a remnant will was left, their anger still soared to the sky. Over time, these flames of anger turned into monstrous resentment. With resentment as the foundation, many of the ancient heroic souls underwent a fundamental change. They became evil, bloodthirsty, and even more terrifying. In this terrifying mausoleum of the demon monarch, they had even forgotten themselves and all the memories of their lives. Their only obsession was revenge. Therefore, when they sensed an external aura, they would immediately treat it as an enemy and kill it with thunderous means. Fang Chen and the other two hurriedly traveled for more than half a month. On this day, they stopped at a mountain peak to rest for a while. After traveling day and night, the bodies of the three of them couldn't take it anymore. Of course, the most important thing was that they had basically stepped on the remnant will of the ancient heroic souls to reach here. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen sat on the ground. His clothes were a little tattered and his face was full of fatigue. He looked up at the sky. It was dark as if a storm would come at any time. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the remnant will that we met that day was not eroded and still retained the memories of its life. Otherwise, recalling that day when he was rescued by the ancient heroic soul and brought into his soul path world, Fang Chen sighed. Along the way, the three of them had encountered no less than 10 ancient heroic souls. Moreover, they all had a common characteristic, which was that they had become bloodthirsty and had fallen into the demon path. After sensing the aura of the three of them, these ancient heroic souls did not hesitate to attack. Phew, after falling for so many years, how can they still be so strong? At the side, the barbarian carried his giant axe on his shoulder and asked doubtfully. The white-bearded old man's face was also very solemn. They were all quasi-emperor experts when they were alive. Some of them had even touched the threshold of the martial emperor realm. They only needed an opportunity to step into the martial emperor realm. After his death, his remnant will was sucked into the demon emperor's mausoleum. It had been ravaged and stimulated by the smell of blood. Although he has lost his mind, his strength is still not to be underestimated. How could ordinary people imagine the means of a quasi-emperor expert? But there are so many heroic souls. What if they meet? Will they also fight? The barbarian continued to ask. A complicated look flashed across the white-bearded old man's eyes when he heard this. He realized that Fang Chen was also looking at him. You noticed? The white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen nodded. Heroic souls can devour each other. If my guess is correct, the more remnant thoughts they devour, the stronger they become, and the greater their obsession. The longer they remain in the world. How is this possible? The barbarian exclaimed in surprise. Not long ago, we encountered an ancient heroic soul. He was skilled in the Tao of blood slaughter and his sneak attack technique was unparalleled. If I wasn't proficient in the Tao of time and space and the rock movement technique, it is very likely that I would have fallen in his hands. That heroic soul was obviously much stronger than the other remnant thoughts we encountered. Fang Chen explained. Most importantly, he constantly absorbed the power of other remnant thoughts, and he was in harmony with the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, giving birth to a terrifying spiritual intelligence. Simply put, These ancient heroic souls could no longer be simply called heroic souls, nor remnant thoughts. They were terrifying creatures. The reason why they were called terrifying creatures and not humans was because they had already broken away from the category of humans. This was also what Fang Chen was racking his brains to think about. Who built the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, and what was his purpose? It had been some time since he came to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The more he understood, the more shocked Fang Chen became. After the barbarian heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. My good disciple, there are many things in the world that cannot be explained. You will slowly understand in the future. The white-bearded old man said, the Demon Emperor's mausoleum is much more dangerous than Master imagined. Right now, we can't delay any longer. We must reach Tiger Hill Ridge as soon as possible and find Master's inheritance. Master. The barbarian opened his mouth but was stopped by the white-bearded old man. Don't worry, with Master and you, this good brother, even if we face the Domain Master, we can retreat unscathed. These days, the white-bearded old man had experienced Fang Chen's methods. The latter's potential was so strong that it shocked him. He even thought that even when the barbarian emperor was young, he was not as stunning as him. After a short rest, the three of them continued forward. According to the soul power map in Fang Chen's mind, they were already infinitely close to Tiger Hill Ridge. In a dark forest, there were two large rocks. On the rocks, there were three figures looking at each other. Lord Demon Emperor sent a message to the clan, saying that a human martial artist was exiled to the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. The ferocious armored old man said coldly, "It is not convenient for Lord Demon Emperor to take action. We need to find this person and kill him." The other two nodded. But, how do we find this person in such a huge mausoleum? The other person asked. I think we should finish exploring the ruins of Tiger Hill Ridge first before looking for this person, the white-armored old man said. According to my deduction, the ruins of Tiger Hill Ridge will open in a few days. At that time, the three of us can enter. Speaking of the ruins of Tiger Hill Ridge, the other two's eyes lit up. They looked at the white-armored old man and asked with a smile, Old Bai, are you sure that there is a boundary emperor's inheritance in this ruin? I heard from some elders who survived from ancient times that a powerful tiger once lived in Tiger Hill Forest. He was a clan by himself and his strength was monstrous. His combat strength was close to that of a ruler, the white-armored old man said. The other two were shocked. They did not expect there to be such a secret. A boundary emperor of the tiger race had combat strength close to that of a ruler. This was an existence that was stronger than even the world-destroying demon emperor. Could it be that Tiger Hill Ridge is where he died? The ferocious armored old man asked hurriedly. The white-armored old man nodded. No matter what, we entered the demon emperor's mausoleum with great difficulty in order to break through in life and death battles. It was not easy to find the ruins of Tiger Hill Ridge, so we must explore it. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for us. It is very likely that we can step into the realm of an area lord. The three of them were all ordinary boundary evolution experts. They were still some distance away from the realm of an area lord. If they were in the outside world, their strength could already be considered the top group of experts in the primordial chaos. However, they lived in the demon domain all year round and the world did not know of their existence. The three of them discussed for a while and made a decision. Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared. Rip. After they left, three figures appeared out of thin air. There were bubble-like ripples around them. This was Fang Chen's space-time esoteric technique. It could conceal one's aura and merge into the void. The demon domain is much stronger than we imagined. The world-destroying demon emperor's ambition still has not changed, the white-bearded old man said. There should be many such boundary evolution experts in the demon domain. From the ancient era to the present age of doom, who knew how many epochs had passed? The world-destroying demon emperor had always occupied the demon domain. He had never expanded, nor did he conquer the outside world. He was gradually forgotten by the world. However, who would have thought that the demon domain had so many experts? Huff. The white-bearded old man suppressed the shock in his heart and took a deep breath. Let's not talk about the demon domain's situation first. What the three of them said just now confirmed my guess. Master's inheritance must be in the ruins of Tiger Hill Ridge. Speaking up to here, the white-bearded old man turned his head to look at Fang Chen. What do you think? Although the three of them are only ordinary boundary evolution experts, I sensed an extremely terrifying aura from them. If a battle really breaks out, it's hard to say who will win. Fang Chen said. We are now at a disadvantage. Before we find the barbarian emperor's inheritance, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Can your space-time technique keep following behind them? The white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen glanced at the barbarian and then said, with your and my strength, it's not a big problem. But, he needs to hide. Me? The barbarian was stunned for a moment and then immediately understood. He was too weak. If he stayed here, he would be a burden to the two of them. I have a spatial treasure. You can hide in it first. Fang Chen patted the barbarian's shoulder. The white-bearded old man also nodded. Whoosh! The barbarian's figure disappeared in an instant. A trace of surprise flashed through the white-bearded old man's eyes. He actually did not sense any spatial treasure fluctuations. This was enough to show that Fang Chen's spatial treasure was very powerful. The white-bearded old man looked at Fang Chen with a deeper gaze. He increasingly found that he could not see through the person in front of him. Let's go. Fang Chen used his space-time technique to envelop the two of them and disappeared into the void. The white-bearded old man's heart trembled. At such a young age, he had an Emperor Realm primordial spirit, an Emperor Realm physical body, and an Emperor Realm weapon. He even had such great attainments in the Tao of space-time. His cultivation was comprehensive and very specialized. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the first in history with such talent. Could he be the reincarnation of an Emperor Realm ruler? Suddenly, such a thought flashed through the white-bearded old man's mind. But soon, he shook his head and threw away these messy thoughts. Chapter 3304. From the conversation between the three of them, Fang Chen already knew about the World Devastator Demon Emperor's vicious thoughts. The World Devastator Demon Emperor loved his wife and did not want to kill him in front of her, but he exiled him to an unusually dangerous place like the Demon Emperor's tomb. He even sent a message to the experts of the Demon Domain to kill him in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Fang Chen shook his head as he sped along. His cold eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. One day, I will trample you under my feet. Fang Chen thought to himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A moment later, he and the white-bearded old man arrived at the depths of Tiger Hill Forest. There was a small hill in front of them. At first glance, the small hill looked very ordinary and there was nothing strange about it. Around the small hill, towering trees stood in great numbers and weeds grew everywhere. It's here. The white-bearded old man's body suddenly trembled and his face was filled with an excited smile. I can sense Master's aura. Although it is very faint, I can still sense it. He was sure that his master must have been to Tiger Hill Ridge. And there was a high possibility that his master's inheritance was in the Tiger Hill Ridge ruins. Great. In any case, he finally had a clue, which made the white-bearded old man very excited. Raw. Tiger Hill Ridge was not too big, but it was not small either. On Tiger Hill Ridge, a strong wind blew and made a rustling sound. The three of them looked very serious. They could vaguely hear the sound of a tiger's roar that seemed to have existed since ancient times in the void. What a powerful tiger's roar! My primordial spirit can feel it throbbing. The ferocious armored old man said in a deep voice. This tiger's roar should have been left behind by the tiger tribe quasi-emperor. It's really powerful. The tiger's roar contains a trace of anger and desolation. It should be the unwillingness left behind by the tiger tribe quasi-emperor before he died, the white-armored old man said. The other person nodded gently and a strange smile appeared on his face. Let's quickly find the entrance to the Tiger Hill Ridge ruins. They did not know that there were two figures in the void watching their every move. After a long while, the white-armored old man found the entrance to the Tiger Hill Ridge ruins. I didn't expect the entrance to be here. Following his shout, the other two also came to his side one after another. At this moment, the three of them were standing in the center of Tiger Hill Ridge. There was a huge rock here. On the boulder, there were claw marks that had undergone the baptism of time. Upon closer inspection, this huge rock actually resembled the head of a tiger. It was just that it wasn't very obvious. Crack. The white-armored elder's palm gently touched the boulder. Whang. At that instant, a series of complicated runes appeared inside the boulder. These patterns quickly gathered on the white-armored old man's palm, forming the phantom of a tiger. Roar. The shadow of the tiger reared its head back and roared. In the next moment, the shadow faded and exploded. A terrifying shockwave enveloped the boulder. Dong dong dong. Tiger Hill Ridge trembled as terrifying power swarmed in from all directions. Seeing this, the white-armored old man roared and slammed his palm on the boulder with all his might. The violent energy fused with the aura in the air, causing the boulder to shatter. With a creak, a black stone door appeared where the boulder shattered. Go in. Seeing this, the three of them entered without hesitation. Let's go in too. The white-bearded old man couldn't hold back and said to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. The two of them followed closely behind and entered. Whoosh! A ray of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black underground palace. The hideous armored old man raised his palm and a ray of fire appeared on his fingertip, illuminating the entire underground palace. There's nothing. The three of them looked around. The underground palace was empty and there was nothing. This shocked them. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The hideous armored old man shook his head. This was clearly the location of the relic. Why was there nothing? Could it be that someone beat us to it and took away everything in the relic? The white-armored old man thought. Impossible. If someone came before us, the boulder would have shattered long ago, another person said. As boundary evolution realm experts, the three of them had cultivated for countless years. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. It was truly unbelievable. Then what do we do now? The white-armored old man said. Let's look around first. There might be a mechanism. After saying that, the three of them began to search seriously. However, the white-bearded old man who was hiding in the dark sneered. This underground palace is my master's cultivation place. Is his inheritance something you can touch? After arriving at the underground palace, the white-bearded old man was even more certain that the barbarian emperor's inheritance was here. No matter how hard they try, it's futile. When they can't find it and leave voluntarily, we'll take action, the white-bearded old man said. For safety's sake, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and waited slowly. The three of them were boundary evolution realm experts. Although they weren't region lords, their attack power was much stronger than his. Even if it was Fang Chen, facing three world evolution realm powerhouses at the same time, he also felt tremendous pressure. Moreover, this was the Demon Emperor's tomb. If they were to fight, it might attract some trouble. Time passed minute by minute. The three of them searched over and over again. After half a month, they still didn't find anything. Damn it. Who took away the treasure in the relic? The hideous armored old man finally couldn't help but roar. Nothing. We were happy for nothing. The white-armored old man shook his head lightly. Only the black-armored old man stood calmly on the spot without moving. Old Black, why aren't you saying anything? The white-armored old man asked. The black-armored old man turned his head and looked at a corner of the underground palace. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Whoosh! He spread out his hands and continuously formed seals in the void. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura condensed into two void palms. Under his control, they attacked the corner of the palace. Die! As the black-armored old man roared, the two void palms instantly exploded in the underground palace. A terrifying shockwave swept through the entire palace. Old Black, what are you doing? The ferocious-looking armored old man shouted and looked at him in confusion. Still not coming out. The black-armored old man frowned and said coldly. However, there was nothing in the huge underground palace other than the three of them. Old Black, what happened? What did you discover? Faced with the two's questions, the black-armored old man pondered and said, At first, I felt a little strange. A few days ago, I finally discovered that someone was secretly following us. Moreover, They were hiding in the palace. These few days, I pretended to be looking for the treasures in the ruins. In fact, I was secretly setting up a formation to seal the exit of the palace, the black-armored old man said. What? The other two cried out involuntarily. They were strong practitioners of the realm evolution tier. Most likely, even a region lord could not follow them silently, right? Could it be a boundary emperor? However, they quickly rejected this idea. Putting aside whether a boundary emperor would enter the demon emperor's mausoleum, even if he did, the world devastator demon emperor would know immediately. After all, the demon domain was the world devastator demon emperor's territory. Without his permission, even a boundary emperor expert would not be willing to step into it. Then how do we find him? The white-armored old man asked. This person is proficient in space-time. He can hide himself in space-time. It is difficult to find him, but I have a way. The black-armored old man sneered. Next, just watch me. At this moment, the white-bearded old man who was hiding in the dark was a little anxious. Can you find the barbarian emperor's inheritance? Fang Chen asked. The white-bearded old man nodded. For the past half a month, he had been sensing and had found the exact location. Okay, I will set up a formation to trap the three of them. You lead the barbarians to find the barbarian emperor's inheritance. You must be fast, Fang Chen said. Buzz. As soon as the words were spoken, a magnificent aura of formations burst out from Fang Chen's body. In a flash, the Emperor Realm formation was set up. The entire underground palace was enveloped by the Emperor Realm formation. The three boundary evolution experts were also trapped in it. Not good, this is an Emperor Realm formation. The black-armored old man exclaimed and immediately used all his strength to attack the formation. Attack the formation together. Rumble. Facing the attacks of the three, Fang Chen had some difficulty maintaining the formation. At this moment, the white-bearded old man had already led the barbarians to a corner of the underground palace. Release the barbarian emperor's bloodline. The white-bearded old man said hurriedly. The barbarians couldn't care less. He held his breath and tried to activate the barbarian emperor's bloodline. Buzz. Although his bloodline hadn't fully awakened, it was enough to trigger the resonance of the barbarian emperor's inheritance. The blood in the barbarian's body surged, dripping out of his body and entering the wall in front of him. Rip! The wall shattered and a halo appeared in front of them. This is a teleportation formation? The white-bearded old man exclaimed when he saw this. This teleportation formation was set up by Master. Where is he going to teleport us? Without much time to think, the white-bearded old man heard a loud explosion in the distance. He quickly turned his head and found that Fang Chen couldn't maintain the Emperor Realm formation. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "There is a teleportation formation here. Let's go together." Fang Chen had been paying attention to the situation here. When he heard the shout, he immediately rushed over. Whoosh! The three of them stood on the halo together. The dense light drowned the three of them. The teleportation formation activated and the three of them disappeared. Crack! At this moment, the black-armored old man and the other two finally broke through a gap and jumped out. Teleportation formation? Damn it, they left using the teleportation formation. He cursed. Chimph, he can't run away. The three of them also stood on the halo. However, the light of the teleportation formation gradually dimmed and couldn't be activated. It can't be activated? The three of them looked at each other. Their faces were gloomy and extremely angry. Chapter 3305. Boom. Dark clouds covered the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning swooped down and struck the ground. Dust flew and the entire ground trembled. In the core area of the demon monarch's mausoleum, darkness shrouded the earth and a terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. A mountain peak towered into the clouds, standing on the dark land. This mountain was called the Demon Mountain and was the core of the demon monarch's mausoleum. Crack! The void was torn apart and a bright light streaked across the sky above the demon mountain. Following that, three figures fell onto the demon mountain. Hiss! 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 At this moment, heavy rain fell from the sky. The three figures lay on the ground, unconscious. Soon, Their clothes were drenched by the rain. The demon mountain was still calm, as if it was not affected at all. Only at the moment when the three fell did a black aura emerge from the peak of the demon mountain. The rain became heavier and heavier. In the end, it was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, as if it was going to raise the entire demon mountain to the ground. After some time, the sky finally regained its blue color and the rain stopped. The oppressive aura that shrouded the demon mountain also gradually disappeared. The air after the rain was especially fresh. Halfway up the mountain, the three gradually woke up. Fang Chen felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to fall apart. He tried hard to open his eyes. What's going on? He immediately realized that he was drenched. Puzzled, he turned his head with difficulty and saw the barbarian and the white-bearded old man. The two of them were also waking up. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Where did the teleportation array send us? After a long time, Fang Chen's strength recovered to a certain extent. He got up and looked around. Where is this place? Why do I feel a monstrous demonic aura? Fang Chen was shocked. His primordial spirit was actually trembling. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that there is a quasi-emperor expert on the peak of the mountain? Other than the time when he met the world devastator demon emperor, his primordial spirit had never experienced such a situation. It hurts. The barbarian shouted loudly, his face a little pale. On the side, his master, the white-bearded old man, was rather quiet. Those three fellows destroyed the teleportation array, causing our teleportation to almost fail. Taking a deep breath, the white-bearded old man continued, Fortunately, little Yi's body contains the power of Master's bloodline. Otherwise, it is very likely that we would have died in the spatial turbulence. During the teleportation process, the biggest taboo was the destruction of the teleportation array. If the teleportation failed, they would fall into the spatial turbulence and their lives would be in danger. Master, what is this place? Why is the blood in my body circulating uncontrollably? The barbarian turned around and asked. This should be the location of the barbarian emperor's inheritance. The white-bearded old man muttered. The three of them rested for a moment and finally recovered a portion of their strength. They slowly got up and walked towards the mountain peak. This mountain is so strange. The higher they went, the more shocked Fang Chen became. The monstrous demonic qi in the void was getting stronger and stronger, to the point where he could barely breathe. Moreover, he felt an extremely strong resentment. This kind of resentment could even make his primordial spirit of the Emperor realm somewhat hesitant. One could imagine how strong the resentment was. Could it be that all the ancient heroic souls that were sucked in by the Demon Emperor's tomb are gathered here? Fang Chen was a little nervous. After all, because of the special environment of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the ancient heroic souls had forgotten themselves and became synonymous with killing. If it was as he guessed, then they were heading towards hell. Boom! Just as they walked for a distance, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. As soon as this black shadow appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong oppressive aura. A quasi-emperor? Fang Chen's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. The white-bearded old man was also shocked. He subconsciously protected the barbarian behind him and prepared to escape. Senior, we did not mean to offend you. We just happened to pass by. Sorry for the offense. Fang Chen cupped his fists and hurriedly said. You are quite capable to be able to come to the Demon Mountain. The black shadow was not angry. Instead, he said calmly, you came here by the barbarian emperor's teleportation array. It seems that there are descendants of the barbarian emperor among you. His eyes turned and looked at the barbarian. The white-bearded old man took a few steps back and stared at the black shadow vigilantly. He, if I make a move, can you stop me? Seeing this, the black shadow sneered. I didn't expect that after the barbarian emperor had fallen for so many years, his descendants would actually find this place. Back then, the barbarian emperor and I could be considered old friends. His inheritance was left on the Demon Mountain. Forget it, I will send you to the barbarian emperor's inheritance. Whether you can accept it or not will depend on your luck. As the black shadow's voice fell, the barbarian disappeared. Disciple. The white-bearded old man called out loudly, very anxious. The black shadow looked at the two of them. Do the two of you know where this place is? Demon Mountain? Fang Chen asked. In the Demon Emperor's tomb, the most important place is the Demon Mountain. On the Demon Mountain, there is the inheritance of the 10,000 demons. The remnant thoughts of those experts who died in the ancient era were all sucked in by the Demon Mountain. To be precise, as long as a quasi-emperor dies in this primal chaos realm, their remnant thoughts will definitely be sucked into the Demon Emperor's tomb. No one can change this situation. The Black Shadow smiled. If you can find the Demon Mountain, you have the qualifications to explore the Demon Mountain. After pausing for a moment, the Black Shadow continued. I am the guardian of the Demon Mountain. Now, there are only two paths in front of you. The first is to pass through the various obstacles, climb the Demon Mountain, and choose the inheritance of the Demon Tao. The second is to cut off one of your arms and leave the Demon Emperor's tomb. Hearing this, the expressions of Fang Chen and the white-bearded old man changed. They were shocked. They didn't expect the Demon Mountain to be so terrifying. To be able to absorb the remnant thoughts of any fallen quasi-emperors in the primal chaos realm, and those remnant thoughts couldn't resist. This was too terrifying. The Black Shadow in front of them was a quasi-emperor expert. In front of a quasi-emperor, Fang Chen and the white-bearded old man didn't have any thoughts of escaping. The two exchanged glances. Then, they said, Senior, may I ask what needs to be done in order to reach the peak of the Demon Mountain? Brat, you are quite smart. To be able to reach the World King realm at such a young age, you have great potential. The Black Shadow looked at Fang Chen with fiery eyes. Then, he sighed and said, Unfortunately, I have already fallen. Otherwise, I could give you some pointers. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Black Shadow in front of him was also a quasi-emperor remnant thought that was sucked in by the Demon Mountain? But why did she feel that he was so real? To reach the peak of the Demon Mountain, one has to withstand the invasion of the 10,000 demonic wills. If one is unable to withstand it, one will die on the spot. The Black Shadow continued, Of course, if one can successfully reach the peak and withstand the invasion of the 10,000 demonic wills, it will be extremely beneficial to one's primordial spirit. 30 million years ago, a realm evolution realm cultivator came here and resisted the invasion of the 10,000 demonic wills to reach the peak of the Demon Mountain. He obtained a Demon Tao inheritance and stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Fang Chen was shocked. Just by resisting the invasion of the 10,000 demonic wills, one could step into the quasi-emperor realm from the realm evolution realm. Wasn't this too exaggerated? If he could successfully resist it, would he be able to step into the realm evolution realm? Or an even higher level? The 10,000 demonic wills are too powerful. If one is not careful, they will fall into the Demon Tao and fall into eternal damnation. Your primordial spirit has already stepped into the Emperor realm, so you can give it a try. As for him, I think you should forget about it. The Black Shadow shook his head. Obviously, he was not optimistic about the white-bearded old man. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the white-bearded old man. Will my disciple be in danger? The white-bearded old man was most worried about the barbarian. Danger? He has the bloodline of the barbarian emperor. If he cannot obtain the recognition of the barbarian emperor's inheritance, then what is the use of living? The Black Shadow sneered. If he wants to walk down the Demon Mountain alive, he can only accept the barbarian emperor's inheritance. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's expression changed. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he was interrupted by the Black Shadow. You want to ascend the Demon Mountain to protect your disciple? The Black Shadow said. I advise you not to make such a fearless sacrifice. If I were you, I would cut off one of my arms and wait for my disciple to return at the foot of the Demon Mountain. After saying that, the Black Shadow stopped talking, giving the two of them some time to think. Fang Chen walked in front of the white-bearded old man. Senior, my primordial spirit has already stepped into the Emperor realm, so it is slightly stronger than yours. It is also easier to resist the invasion of the 10,000 demonic wills. Just as the Boundary Emperor said, with the strength of your primordial spirit, it is impossible to resist the 10,000 demonic wills. Therefore, Senior should wait at the foot of the demon mountain. After all, cutting off an arm was better than losing his life. The barbarian is my brother. If I can successfully ascend the demon mountain, I will definitely protect him, Fang Chen said. He did not say the rest of the words because if he died, everything would be meaningless. There was naturally no need to say it. The white-bearded old man gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I will wait for you at the foot of the demon mountain." Bang! The white-bearded old man gritted his teeth and slapped his arm. In an instant, blood spurted out and his severed arm fell to the ground. He quickly stopped the bleeding, then glanced at the peak of the demon mountain and turned to leave. Halfway up the mountain, only Fang Chen and the Black Shadow were left. Your courage is worthy of praise. But to ascend the demon mountain, courage is not enough, you also need strength, the Black Shadow said. Do you see that? That small path is the only way to reach the peak of the demon mountain. Fang Chen turned his head and looked. There was an endless staircase that went from the mountainside to the clouds. This path has a total of 999 steps. The closer you get to the peak of the demon mountain, the crazier the 10,000 demonic wills will be. Moreover, in the process of your advancement, there will be many illusions that will disturb your mind. Remember, you must maintain your original heart. His pitch-black eyes looked at the staircase that went straight into the clouds. Fang Chen took a deep breath and his expression became more and more solemn. One step to life, one step to death, one step to heaven, one step to hell. For others, there were two choices. However, for him, there was no choice. Cut off my own arm? Fang Chen shook his head. He would not do such an action that would destroy his own cultivation path. Demonic qi surged into the sky, corroding the world. One step to Buddha, one step to demon. Chapter 3306. There were a total of 999 steps on the demon mountain. Once one stepped on the steps, there was no turning back. Unless one ascended to the peak of the Devil Mountain, if one was unable to resist the invasion of the will of the myriad Devil Mountain, one would fall into the Devil Dao and become a puppet of the will of the myriad Devil Mountain. Fang Chen turned around. His pitch-black eyes emitted a deep gaze as he looked at the flight of stairs in front of him. A ripple appeared in his heart. It was impossible for him not to be worried. But at this moment, Fang Chen had no other choice. Boom! Invincible sword qi surged out from his body. The surrounding sword qi intertwined with each other and a loud sword chime could be heard. His eyes, which were originally flickering, became resolute at this moment. The path of martial arts was to go against the heavens. One had to have a firm heart. If one didn't believe in himself, who would? Just like the invincible sword qi, no matter where one was or what cultivation one had, one should have the belief of being invincible. Buzz. Under the stimulation of the Demon Mountain steps, Fang Chen's invincible sword qi underwent a transformation. Under the stimulation of the Emperor Realm primordial spirit, the invincible sword qi became stronger and stronger. It emanated from his body as if it was going to pierce through the heavens and earth. In his mind, the bottleneck that had been troubling him for a long time was also resolved. Instantly, he felt that his understanding of the invincible sword Dao had reached a new height. He raised his palm. The dense invincible sword qi revolved around his palm. A radiant smile appeared on his face. Invincible belief. I am invincible. Fang Chen muttered softly. Then, he retracted his aura and took a step forward. He resolutely stepped onto the Demon Mountain steps. Halfway up the mountain, the black figure looked at Fang Chen's back view. A look of surprise appeared on his illusory face. Interesting, really interesting. I have been guarding the Demon Mountain for countless years and have met many demon-level geniuses. But this kid gives me a very special feeling. The black figure said. To be able to break through under the pressure of the Demon Mountain steps, one could imagine how strong his potential was. The Black Shadow began to have a sliver of hope for Fang Chen. He even guessed how long it would take for him to clear the Fiend Mountain stairs. Little fellow, your potential is very strong. I hope you can pass the Devil Mountain staircase. Demon Mountain's staircase. As soon as Fang Chen's feet landed on the first step, he immediately felt a strong demonic aura surging toward him. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen could clearly see the demonic aura corroding his skin. With a thought, a sword-shaped rune flashed, blocking the invasion of the demonic aura. Just as Fang Chen was about to step onto the second step, he felt his essence soul tremble in his mind. In the next second, he was surprised to find that the demonic aura had silently seeped into his mind and was corroding his primordial spirit. Fang Chen frowned, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. Finally, he understood. This was the terrifying aspect of the Devil Mountain's staircase. The so-called invasion of the myriad demon will was nothing to the physical body. The real danger was the invasion of the primordial spirit. This is only the first step, and the invasion of the demonic aura is already so strong. How strong will the invasion of the myriad demon will on the last step be? Fang Chen muttered. With the strength of his Emperor Realm primordial spirit, there was no problem blocking the invasion of the demonic aura on the first step. But what about the higher steps? At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was a little dazed. But soon, his primordial spirit released a clear current, returning him to normal. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath, his face a little solemn. What a terrifying invasion of the demonic aura. It actually made me waver in a short period of time. Fang Chen sighed. If his will wasn't strong enough, he might have already fallen into the demonic path. I can't stay here for long. Fang Chen shook his head hard to keep himself awake. At the same time, his primordial spirit continued to release light to block the invasion of the demonic aura. His figure flashed and he quickly stepped onto the steps. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed more than 10 steps. The invasion of the demonic aura wasn't enough to threaten him. At the peak of the Fiend Mountain, the black figure stood in the air, looking down. Not bad for you to stay on the first step for such a short period of time. The black figure nodded in satisfaction. In the past, those who had just stepped onto the Fiend Mountain's steps would have a process of adaptation. Those with weak willpower would take a longer time to adapt. Once they adapted to the invasion of the demonic aura on the Fiend Mountain steps, the rest would be much easier. At least for those who had the courage to challenge it, they wouldn't be in too much danger before the 300th step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen focused on the Fiend Mountain steps without any distractions. The space-time power surrounded his body, greatly increasing his speed. In just a minute, he reached the 100th step. At this moment, he stopped for 2 seconds to recover the consumption of his primordial spirit. Then, he buried his head in challenging the steps again. It's considered average. In regards to this, the black figure commented. In the epoch where he guarded the Fiend Mountain, the average speed of the many cultivators who challenged the Fiend Mountain steps was a little more than a minute. Therefore, Fang Chen's speed wasn't too outstanding. It was just average. To be able to combine the space-time Tao so perfectly, this child's comprehension is really impressive. The black figure said, however, challenging the Fiend Mountain doesn't only rely on comprehension, but also strength and, most importantly, willpower. According to the black figure's calculations, Fang Chen would need 15 minutes to pass the 200th step. However, before he finished speaking, he was stunned. 5 minutes. The black figure was very surprised. Although there were only 100 steps, the invasion of the demonic aura on the first 100 steps was worlds apart from the invasion of the 100th to 200th steps. I remember that in history, the cultivators who passed the 200th step at such a fast speed were basically able to pass the 700th step at the very least. The black figure muttered. The expression in his eyes when he looked at Fang Chen had also become serious. The 300th step was a threshold. The black figure paid close attention to Fang Chen to see how long it would take him to pass the 300th step. Before the 300th step, the invasion of the demonic aura would occur. After the 300th step, the invasion of the demonic will would occur. These two kinds of invasion are completely different. The 300th step is a threshold. According to his previous performance, it would probably take him 15 minutes to pass the 300th step. Thinking of this, the black figure sighed. Passing the 300th step in 15 minutes was enough to be ranked in the top 10 in history. At least, Since ancient times, the number of people who could pass the 300th step at such a speed could be counted with 2 hands. As time ticked by, the black figure was a little excited. He stared at Fang Chen intently. As time passed, the speed of the latter gradually slowed down. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had passed. At this time, Fang Chen had already reached the 260th step. Suddenly, he stopped on this step. What's going on? The black figure was a little surprised. The first 300 steps couldn't pressure Fang Chen at all. Why did he stop? Could it be that he's having an epiphany? Sure enough, the black figure's guess was correct. Fang Chen only stopped on this step for a minute. His body was filled with sword qi and his entire person became different. What happened next caused the black figure to be incomparably shocked. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body was like a cannonball. He took a step forward and arrived at the 300th step with monstrous sword qi. The black figure was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to reach this level. Originally, I thought that he could only reach the 700th step at most. But I was wrong, very wrong. With his performance just now, he can at least reach the 800th step. As for the future, it's hard to say, said the black figure. After all, the demonic will above the 900th step was too powerful. Even a realm evolution expert couldn't resist it. The 300th step of the demonic mountain. Fang Chen felt the invasion change. The demonic will was invading his primordial spirit, distorting his mentality. Is this the demonic will? Fang Chen sensed carefully and discovered that the invasion of the demonic will was indeed very terrifying. To reach the top, one had to withstand the invasion of the demonic will. Let's go. Fang Chen continued forward. 330 floors, 360 floors, 390 floors. After 6 hours, Fang Chen arrived at the 400th step of the staircase. At this time, the demonic will was already very powerful. He also felt a trace of pressure. However, it was just a trace. All these years, I've relied on my own efforts to walk step by step from a weak place to where I am today. No one will understand the life and death experiences during this period. Fang Chen said, my primordial spirit has experienced many hardships and stepped into the Emperor realm. Now, a mere demonic will wants to defeat it. Fang Chen sneered. Soul Dao aura suddenly erupted. Dong dong dong. He resisted the pressure and continued forward. His gaze was deep and firm. He wouldn't give up until he reached the peak. Looking at Fang Chen who was climbing the demonic mountain stairs, the black shadow's expression became more and more solemn. The way he looked at Fang Chen also changed greatly. Looking at the determined man in front of him, he seemed to see his own past. With obsession in my heart, I won't give up until I reach the peak. The black shadow sighed. Back then, if I had such a firm will, perhaps. His thoughts were suddenly pulled back to ancient times. A red streak of light danced gracefully in front of his eyes. Sigh. After a long time, a sigh was heard. Regret, sorrow, helplessness. Demonic mountain stairs, 599 steps. Fang Chen saw his wife, Star and Moon. The latter was being chased by the World Devastator Demon Emperor and was covered in blood. Boom. The World Devastator Demon Emperor slapped Star and Moon. The latter's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Her aura was weak. Don't. Fang Chen screamed miserably. He desperately ran toward Star and Moon, but he couldn't stop the tragedy from happening. Fang Chen watched helplessly as the World Devastation Devil Emperor struck out with his palm, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. His face was ferocious, and his primordial spirit was distorted. He had fallen into a state of demonization. Buzz. His mind trembled. In the depths of his primordial spirit, the phantom of Star and Moon flashed. No matter who it is, don't even think about touching a hair on you. Suddenly, Fang Chen's aura surged. He stomped his feet and roared angrily, Demonic will, get out of here. Chapter 3307. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Fang Chen's body, and the will of the 10,000 demons surrounding him was instantly defeated. The scene in front of him changed in an instant, and the figures of Star and Moon faded until they disappeared. Is this an illusion? Fang Chen's dark eyes shot out a golden light. He opened his palm, and the invincible sword qi spread out as he shouted. After stepping onto the 400th step, the invasion of the will of the 10,000 demons became even stronger. With the slightest carelessness, he fell into an illusion. The will of the 10,000 demons could outline a complete illusion according to the thoughts in the depths of one's heart. Fortunately, his will was strong. Otherwise, once he fell into it, it would be difficult to get out. I have to be careful next. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Fang Chen's reverse scale was his wife, star, and moon, and the reason why he fell into the Demon Emperor's tomb was because he was exiled here by the World Devastator Demon Emperor. The will of the 10,000 demons took advantage of this and disguised the scene of Star and Moon being chased by the World Devastator Demon Emperor. He paused for a moment on the 400th step, adjusted his emotions slightly, and continued to move forward. 500th step, 600th step, 700th step. The higher one climbed the steps of the Demon Mountain, the stronger the invasion of the will of the 10,000 demons. From the 400th step onwards, Fang Chen felt a great pressure. The invasion of the will of the 10,000 demons was everywhere. It could invade from every corner of one's body, disturb one's mind, and finally cause one to collapse and die. However, Fang Chen had lived on the edge of swords and blood since he was young, and had been fighting on the edge of life and death. Along the way, the things he experienced and the opponents he met made him braver and braver. His will was very strong. In his heart, there was an obsession. Therefore, he smoothly stepped onto the 700th step. It had only been half a month since he climbed the steps of the Demon Mountain. At the peak of the Demon Mountain, in the past half a month, the Black Shadow didn't know how many times he had been shocked. From the initial shock, he gradually calmed down. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Fang Chen's potential was definitely among the top geniuses in ancient times. He even faintly hoped that Fang Chen would be able to climb the 999 steps, cross the Fiend Mountain stairs, and reach the peak of the Fiend Mountain. "Little fellow, I hope you won't disappoint me." The black figure stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. On the staircase of the Devil Mountain, a figure was rapidly advancing. Every time he ascended a step, he would pause for a few seconds. "As I fight against the will of the myriad fiends, the strength of my essence soul is increasing as well," Fang Chen said to himself. It wasn't just his primordial spirit that had improved. Even his Emperor Realm physical body had improved. To others, the steps of the Demon Mountain were a nightmare. But to Fang Chen, it was a cultivation ground. From the 700th floor onwards, the All-Fiend intent has reached the strength of a domain lord. It's impossible to resist it with just the Emperor soul and body. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Hoo. He executed the rock movement technique and his speed soared to the extreme. At the same time, his body was surrounded by the power of time and space. Every time he jumped, it would cause the space to tremble. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that the flow of time around him had changed. The black figure was surprised when he saw this scene. Amazing, really amazing. He can use the space-time Tao to such an extent. The black figure couldn't help but exclaim. The Fiend Mountain staircase was the only path to the peak of the Fiend Mountain. The will of the myriad fiends swept through the entire staircase and the space was special. But Fang Chen could change the flow of time and weaken the invasion of the will of the myriad fiends. This guy. After watching for a while, the black figure grinned. When Fang Chen reached the 800th floor, a month had already passed. This speed had already set a historical record. But to the black figure, this was no longer important. What he wanted to see the most was Fang Chen reaching the peak of the Fiend Mountain. Drip. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead onto the staircase. Fang Chen's pace was much slower. It was obvious that every step he took was very strenuous. Boom. Suddenly, the terrifying will of the myriad fiends attacked. Fang Chen felt cold all over. He subconsciously activated the bloodline power in his body. Rumble. The black hole bloodline was activated crazily. The terrifying bloodline power revolved around Fang Chen's body and formed a bloodline vortex behind Fang Chen. Within the vortex, there was a frightening power erupting from it. Hiss. To Fang Chen's surprise, the invading will of the myriad fiends was forcibly absorbed by the black hole bloodline. This, seeing the will of the myriad fiends being refined by the black hole bloodline, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before a bright smile appeared on his face. As expected of the power of the bloodline king, Fang Chen laughed heartily. At the same time, he activated the bloodline power in his body and walked forward step by step. With the protection of the bloodline power, the invasion of the myriad fiends was weakened. Fang Chen's speed soared again. What is on this demon mountain? Why is the will of the myriad fiends so strong? Fang Chen thought to himself. Roar. In the void, there were angry roars. The will of the myriad fiends attacked and resisted the bloodline power. Fang Chen raised his palm and clapped hard. The black hole bloodline surged forward like raging waves. A clear path appeared in front of the hazy steps. On both sides of the path, one could clearly see the ferocious will of the myriad fiends crazily attacking. Dang! Dang! After a long time, Fang Chen finally reached the 900th step. Poochie! The bloodline vortex formed by the power of the bloodline suddenly shattered, and the terrifying will of the 10,000 demons rushed in from all directions. Fang Chen's body was greatly compressed. So strong. Fang Chen bit his lips and clenched his fists with difficulty. He tried to keep his mind clear and not be affected by the will of the myriad fiends. However, there were still illusions in his mind. Each illusion was inextricably related to him. In that illusion, screams of agony could be heard continuously. Some of them were his family members, and some of them were his friends who had died in the chaos of war. He was furious. He bared his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Get lost! Fang Chen roared. He knew that this was an illusion, but he couldn't break out. Whoosh! The hidden star sword pierced through the sky and stabbed at the will of the myriad fiends. Little guy, you have great potential. If you cultivate the demonic Tao, you will definitely become the lord of the myriad fiends. A person like you doesn't deserve to have family. Therefore, I killed all your family members. Ha ha ha, do you feel pain and helplessness when you see your family members die in my hands one by one? Give up. You can't pass the steps of the demon mountain. If you persist, you will only die. Countless voices echoed in Fang Chen's mind. He knew that the will of the myriad fiends was trying to destroy his will and make him collapse. He painfully closed his eyes, struggling to move forward. He allowed the will of the myriad fiends to invade him, but he remained indifferent, maintaining his original heart. At the peak of the demon mountain, the black shadow became increasingly nervous. He seems to be unable to hold on. The black shadow said. At this time, Fang Chen had already reached the 940th step. However, his body was shaking. He had consumed too much of his Emperor Realm primordial spirit and was unable to resist. The will of the myriad fiends here is already close to the quasi-emperor level. Can he persist? The will of the quasi-emperor level of the myriad fiends invaded the body of a world king. For the latter to be able to resist it was a miracle in itself. Even in ancient times, very few people were able to reach this step. And in the age of chaos, no one was able to reach the 900th step. The black shadow thought aloud. Fang Chen stayed at the 940th step for a long time, more than 10 days. During this time, he kept his eyes closed. The invasion of the will of the myriad fiends caused his clothes to be tattered and his skin to be corroded. He was in a sorry state, too miserable to look at. However, he did not give up. I don't want any unparalleled power, nor do I want monstrous power. All I want is to protect the people I want to protect. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Immortal star power crazily surged from his body. The reincarnation sword chi and the invincible sword chi resonated with each other, emitting a strong sword cry. A strong obsession emerged in his heart. He wanted to use the strength of these powerhouses who had crossed paths with him to break through the last step of the stairs. Come, let me see how strong the will of the myriad fiends is. In an instant, Fang Chen seemed to have changed into a different person. He took a step forward, like a god of war, and a terrifying power surrounded his body. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 step. The peak of the demon mountain was right in front of him. Fang Chen reached the 998th step in one breath. He was only one step away from the last step of the Demon Mountain. However, it was very difficult to take this step. Boom! Scorching flames appeared around his body. He burned his emperor blood to resist the invasion of the will of the myriad fiends. Boom! Boom! The will of the myriad fiends was too crazy. The strength of the last step of the will of the myriad fiends had far surpassed the level of a quasi-emperor. Crack! In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit exploded, blood spurted out, and the power of the soul path collapsed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak and he was on the verge of collapse. Boom! There was another loud bang. His body exploded, and blood spurted out. The will of the myriad fiends was everywhere and omnipotent. Its corrosive power had reached an unprecedented level. At the peak of the Demon Mountain, the black figure was a little anxious. If this continues, he will definitely die, the black figure said. The invasion of the last step of the will of the myriad fiends is too powerful. He actually tried to burn his blood essence to resist the will of the myriad fiends. As long as the Demon Mountain existed, the will of the myriad fiends would be endless. If this continued, Fang Chen would only die. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's consciousness had become a little blurry. However, the obsession in his heart was still very strong. This is my last chance. I can't give up. He muttered and his body swayed. The reincarnation sword shuttle trembled, and the mighty reincarnation sword chi gushed out. It merged with Fang Chen's invincible sword chi and burst out an invincible sword chi. The immortal star force was also quietly spreading.